Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and honored guests, and welcome back to United Nations Portugal Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities Conference. For those who were not yesterday, my name is Rosa Pinto and I'm your host. We had an outstanding set of debates in yesterday's session. We heard over 30 experts whose work and experience build on the outcomes of preparatory events. We prepared the ground for the member states to present their statements on the Lisbon Declaration. But before that, we welcome our first set of guests to the stage. Ricardo Conte, President of the Portuguese Space Agency, Arti Olamaini, Director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, and Ana Paiva, the Portuguese Secretary of State for Science. Good morning. Welcome all.
So, good morning everyone. I hope that you had an opportunity to taste some flavors from Lisbon yesterday and enjoy our beautiful city. Thank you for your presence here and join us around this table, this huge table, to discuss this important topic, the sustainable and also the management in outer space. You should have a question why Portugal is organizing this conference and what are our main motivation? Well, because we are an emerging space nation and also Portugal wants to have a word in this new space economy. And particularly, we want to play a role in access and return from space, but also using space data to tackle some of the problems that we have in hand, all of us, the sustainability of our home, our planet. We are an Atlantic nation. We are, if you look particularly to the ocean, one of the biggest countries in Europe. And we need space technologies also to monitoring our resources and these particular interactions that you have between atmosphere and all the dynamics of our planet, that the seas are one of the main responsible to give this healthy of the planet. And also, this is the reason why, since the beginning, since the creation of the Portuguese Space Agency, we are quite young. We are new kids on the block. We have only 5 years, but we created with a motto to tackle the sustainable of space to a sustainable Earth. And this is like some of you. I'm almost 60 years. I'm 60 years old, and my generation was responsible to bring some amazing things to us. The internet, an example, machine learning, artificial intelligence, all kind of technologies to the benefit of the citizens. But also, of course, there are some impact, in particular the impact that we are having in this dimension of space exploration. And this impact should be tackled in a responsible way. The impact of humans in our planet in the last 70 years is higher than all the existence of humans in our planet. And what we will do in the next 100 years, what we will have, or what will be in the next 100 years, is a consequence of what we'll do in the next 10 years. And we want to have a responsible legacy to our next generations. And that's the reason Portugal is acting with this perspective. For example, we create our space law. And our space law is a tool to tackle the sustainability to use space technologies. And we are also supporting, probably you are aware about this, the discussions in the European Union to harmonize all the space laws that we have in the countries, 11 countries in the European Union, to create some legal framework to discuss and to also tackle the problems of sustainability, the use of outer space. We are also promoting the development of new technologies, particularly for space debris monitoring, and also technologies to remove space debris. This is the contribution to this challenge that we have in hands. And promoting this conference together with UNOOSA is in some way to preparing also our contribution to preparing the summit of the future that we will have in September. So once again, thank you very much for your presence here. I really hope in this Lisbon Declaration we are paving the way to have a better future, particularly in this domain, which is the space exploration, creating the pillars for the sustainability of space and also the sustainability of Earth. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your efforts to come to Lisbon to discuss around this debate, these important topics for us and to the legacy to the young generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo. Your Excellencies, Your Excellency Madam Ana Paiva, Secretary of State for Science, Mr. Ricardo Conde, President of the Portuguese Space Agency, and distinguished guests, including our guests and Excellencies who are joining us online. I'm delighted to be here to open day 2 of this conference on the management and sustainability of outer space activities. In convening us, Portugal has been a leader among leaders. And I thank the government, and I thank Hugo, Carolina, and the exceptional team at the Portuguese Space Agency for spearheading this dialogue and bringing so many stakeholders together. As we start day 2, I would like to share a few memories with you. I came to the United Nations less than 1 year ago from the satellite industry. I remember, and maybe some of you remember it too, I remember back in 1999 when the first mega constellations like Teledesic, Celestri, Skybridge were conceived. Despite the excitement back then, nobody thought that they would make it, and they were right. The technology was not mature enough, the markets were not convinced of the investment, it took almost 20 years for those systems to become reality. More recently, though, the satellite communications industry has been working on standards to enable direct satellite to cell phone, so satellites speaking to your cell phones, connectivity. Again, experts said this will never happen. The technological challenges alone to enable that are phenomenal. But less than 5 years later, we see multiple mobile phone operators and satellite operators working hand in hand to implement those standards and realize this business case. Why am I telling you about these strange things? I'm telling you because my point here is that we are living at a time when the pace of technology development is so fast that we have to realize that what we thought might never happen or would take decades to happen probably won't. It is very likely to happen much, much sooner, especially with the advent of AI. Engineers, entrepreneurs, companies, they will keep innovating and they will keep doing their thing. But it is the job of government to provide parameters, not to control industry, but to provide some level of certainty and reassurances to all stakeholders, to industry for their investments, to emerging economies that their interests are not ignored, to governments that the public interest will still be served, and so on. This is why the discussions that we are having here during this conference are so important. So the question is, can governments, through working together in COPUOS, match the pace of technology development? Should we even try? Of course we can, and we should, especially when we see that the technology is actually helping to achieve the goals that we have set ourselves as countries, but also as the United Nations. We talk about the need for space sustainability and for zero debris in space. We talk about the need for more data sharing to avoid collisions. We all understand why this is so important, but what are we doing about it? Repeating the need like a prayer will not bring forth the solution. It was presented to, let's take one example. What stands in the way of cleaning up space? The technology is already there, and it was presented to COPUOS just a few weeks ago during the Legal and Scientific Committee. It has even demonstrated its feasibility in space. So what's missing? It is the framework to implement and scale these solutions which is missing, and that is down to you. These discussions do not happen in Geneva. They do not happen within the European Space Agency, or in ICAO, or in the ITU, or in the World Economic Forum. They don't even happen in New York. They happen in COPUOS, between member states and their experts who have been doing this for 6 decades now. It is not easy, but you're not alone. There is a wealth of expertise among COPUOS delegates. You are being briefed more and more by industry about their capabilities and about the latest developments. And we, the Secretariat of UNOOSA, are here to support, to motivate, to inspire, and, if you allow, to push you a little to make progress and even accelerate your work. We are very, very fortunate to be working on the peaceful uses of outer space. There are many people who would like to work in this cool area. We are the fortunate ones who have the opportunity to do so. But we must get on with it. We managed with the long-term sustainability guidelines by consensus. We managed with the ICG, the International Committee on GNSS. Now, satellite navigation, let me take another example. This is one of the most dual-use applications from space that you can think of. But even in the ICG, they are still making progress on interoperability, and now they are even discussing space service volume, thinking about lunar missions going up and down to Earth and how to ensure interoperability of navigation around them. How do they do it? They focus on the science and the technology, regardless of what happens in the outside world, regardless of the geopolitics that prevail. These are COPUS success stories. They take time, but that's okay. It is space science, after all. It's not easy. These initiatives started with expert groups, with action teams, and I would say to you, we need more such expert groups and more action teams if we are really going to get on with it. We urge you, as UNOOSA, and I urge you, as the new director, the bold one who just came from industry and who's still learning the ways of diplomacy in the United Nations, thank you for your patience with me, but I urge you, don't crash before you even took off. You must get off the ground first. And I'm not going to listen to, there's no point in flying if you don't know where you're going. No. Even if there are places that you do not want to go, there will always be places where you can go together. So set up the groups that are needed and task them to figure out what those places are. There is no one else who is capable of doing this work. COPUS member states need to do it, and they need to do it now. With that, I say let's get cracking with day 2 of this important event. We need the Pact for the Future to have strong and clear references to what COPUS intends and wants to do. As the summit convenes the heads of state and ministers to endorse the Pact of the Future, I envision space sustainability serving as a beacon of inclusive, innovative, and agile 21st century governance, facilitated by COPUS member states and supported by a strong UNOOSA. Thank you once again to the government of Portugal for your leadership, and thank you all for being here physically and online, and for the efforts that you are putting in to ensuring the future of space sustainability, to ensuring the position and the relevance and the primacy of member states in COPUS, and to supporting UNOOSA. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Dear ministers and ambassadors of the 41 countries, amazing, here present. Dear Arti, Director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, dear Sharif Sidi, President of the Egyptian Space Agency, dear Claudio, our friend from the European South Observatory, dear Ricardo Conde, President of our National Space Agency, and all the colleagues from the Portuguese Space Agency, we also welcome the representatives of the industry, academy, and public institutions here present, our colleagues from other institutions, European Space Agency, European Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome you all to Lisbon, to this wonderful venue at the heart of Lisbon, to discuss management and sustainability of the outer space activities. It is a pleasure to have you here discussing issues related with space. Just a side note, as a child, I wanted to be an astronaut. That was my goal. I ended up being an AI academic, so I do AI. Not now, but. So we are at a moment in our history where numerous challenges will shape our future. Every day, we witness the impacts of climate crisis stemming from the unbalanced relationship between humanity and our planet. Take, for example, the current situation in Brazil. Additionally, the unstable geopolitical environment compromises a common understanding of the multitude of urgent global priorities that we, must address. Despite this situation, what brings us all here demands our close attention and international cooperation, sustainability of the outer space activities, a critical dimension of our overall sustainability efforts. Outer space, often considered a shared resource benefiting all of the humanity, is also at risk of succumbing to the tragedy of the commons, requiring international cooperation and upholding concerted efforts on a global scale. In the 60s, the ambition to explore the outer space was driven by many factors, especially the underlying Cold War, leading to this space race 1.0. At the time, as a child, I still remember very well the day when humankind landed on the moon. Today, almost 60 or 50 years, more than 50 years later, we are setting new goals and new avenues for discoveries leading to another space race 2.0. Space has become a new frontier for business, where companies, small and large, within and across borders, collaborate with each other and with research organizations. The result has been new, more advanced and affordable technologies, leading to a growing space economy. Much like the early 2000s, with the rise of the World Wide Web, I remember that very well as well, we know, now we find space as the commercial arena with an exponential increase in the number of companies launching satellites, constellations, and mega constellations. Many of you are here today. New business models emerge as the cost of accessing the space continues to decrease, accelerating the number of launchers and therefore increasing satellites in orbit. Space technologies open up new and exciting prospects. For example, the prospect of having direct internet access for devices with the global coverage, or the prospect of higher resolution images of the Earth to monitor crops and help us understand climate change with, of course, data analytics and AI. And even the possibility of extended applications to the cislunar future economy, which is on the horizon for the next space services and businesses that we cannot even imagine today will certainly emerge in the future. We dream big, of course. Furthermore, the aim of having a more continuous human presence in orbit, allowed by the increasing capabilities of in-orbit maneuvers, will bring a new dimension to emerging in-orbit services. For example, factoring in orbit, refueling and repairing, and the exploration of space resources like minerals and waters. All of these advances raise questions about the ownership of the space resources exploration. At the end of this decade, more than 150,000 operational satellites are expected to be in orbit, representing a huge risk for collisions, which in turn will generate more debris in orbit. Perhaps we should pay attention to what we've done and are still doing to our oceans and avoid making the same mistakes. We cannot ignore the problem resulting from this new race to the space. If we do, past investments are at risk, and also future investments. These will impact us today and perhaps even more profoundly the future generations. Thus, given the current challenges, we must achieve a common framework agreement for coordinating space traffic and a space debris response policy, and to be able to exploit space resources on celestial bodies in a better way. So, ladies and gentlemen, as highlighted by the UN Secretary General in his document, our Common Agenda report, it is more than ever urgent to take action. And I will quote here some goals in the report, which are to develop a global regime to coordinate space traffic and the elaboration of new instruments to prevent weaponization of outer space, to promote a multi-stakeholder dialogue on outer space as part of a summit of the future, bringing together governments and other leading space actors to seek for political agreement on a peaceful, secure, and sustainable use of outer space, and to move towards a global regime to coordinate space traffic and agree on principles for the future governance of outer space. And this is exactly what we're here for and why we're promoting this conference. This is exactly what we need to do to contribute to a common understanding of the sustainability of outer space as a common good for all citizens. This will be expressed in the final declaration of this conference, the Lisbon Declaration of Outer Space. I'm very proud of this. As a small nation, emerging in the space arena, Portugal is aware of the importance of sustainability of the activities in this sector. The promotion of this conference in association with UNOOSA shows our commitment and our contribution to this common effort. I invite all states here present to subscribe to the same commitment and to enact all the efforts to meet the vision of the Secretary General of the United Nations expressed in our Common Agenda report to ensure a sustainable space for a sustainable Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Secretary of State for Science, Director of United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, and the President of the Portuguese Space Agency. Before we leave the floor to the Member States, I invite you to listen to distinguished experts discuss the future of space activities, which is also the future of humanity. Dr. Cláudio Melo, an astronomer with operational experience at the Paranal Observatory, shifted to science policy, advocating astronomy's societal benefits. After aiding Portugal's space sector, Cláudio rejoined ESO as Sustainability and Diversity Officer. Using astronomy's viewpoint, Cláudio embeds sustainability in ESO's endeavors, aligning with global goals and promoting resilience amid rapid change. Welcome to United Nations Portugal Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities Conference, Dr. Cláudio Melo.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for not only for the invitation, but also for organizing this space for talk about sustainability in space. Right? It's as the secretary said, and it's a critical topic, right? And I'm very happy that I received this phone call from Hugo, right? Hugo said, well, we organized this conference, and I'd like you to give a talk there. So, I mean, you know, I'm not expert in space, right? I mean, you know, you have the room full of people who understand these three-letter words, acronyms that you have in the industry. And so why you are inviting me? And said, well, exactly because of this, right? Because I want a different perspective. So he was looking for diversity and inclusion in space to get a different perspective of the problem. So this is, when we finished this conversation, the first image that came to my mind was the image of Fabrice Bonifay. So, I mean, I think nobody knows him, or maybe just the French colleagues here in the room might know him, but Fabrice is the director for sustainability of the Bouygues Group. Okay, Bouygues Group is huge, right? It's telecommunications, logistics, it's media, it's construction. So it's a turnover of close to 40 billion euros and 13,000 employees. And he was given an interview in this podcast, Reboot Business, and the host asked him, Fabrice, what would you like to reboot? Okay, if you have a reboot button, what would you like to reboot? And his answer was very nice. He said, for me, it is clear that if you had a reboot button, I would like to integrate the notion of planetary boundaries in teaching and formulation of economics. And if only economists had realized that without ecosystems and raw materials, there is no economy, but instead they consider that those were unlimited and hence free resources. So therefore, if I had a reboot button, I would, from the beginning, establish an extra financial accounting. Okay. So what does it mean? Okay. So I'm not an economist, I'm a physicist, astronomer, but just for the notion. Okay, thank you very much. So just to illustrate what he meant, what Fabrice meant here. So we have us, right? Humanity, civilization, and you have firms, right? And we provide capital and labor to the firms to produce goods and services that we buy, okay? And that system looks like a closed system, right? The only thing that regulates is price here, so how much we pay and how much we get paid for doing the labor, doing the work for the firms to produce goods and services, right? And we not only consume things, but also we also produce things that help us to increase the productivity, okay? Looks like a closed system that can go on forever, but here we forget about the inputs of the system, okay? So we forget that to the system to function, we need to input energy, and we need to input non-renewables resources that can only go down by definition, and renewable resources that can go up and down, provided that we don't go beyond a certain regenerative tipping point. Okay. On the other side, this is a dissipative system. So it means that everything that we do here, there's a generator of heat and waste. This is physics, this is thermodynamics, okay, and waste. And that waste accumulates in the ecosystem and also hampers the utilization of the future resource. The future is the utilization of the remaining resources. So that is the complete system, not the one that the economists defined at the beginning. So why they did so? They did so because at that time, the time of the Adam Smith, right, in Industrial Revolution, the Wealth of Nations, that it made perfect sense, okay? That system was so small in comparison with the global, with the Earth, with the planet, right? So energy was infinite, resources were infinite, and the sinks to absorb pollution was also infinite. So the system was tiny, okay? Now, 2 centuries forward, the system, thanks to its success, okay, of generating ideas and getting energy from fossil fuels, we went into exponential growth, okay, of ingenuity and producing things, and now we are reaching the limits of the planet, okay? So what happens when there is no limit in the system that you design? Okay, this is known since the 70s. This was the pioneer work from the Meadows Group and the MIT, Limits to Growth. Okay, so their study, I think most of you know about limits to growth. So they actually modeled all those variables in the human system: resources, industrial output, population growth, food production, pollution. They put all this in a complex dynamic model. They actually defined the methodology to do this kind of modeling at that time. Okay? And they start with a reference point, which is called business as usual, okay, where the only goal of the system is to pursue economic growth. Okay? So what happens in this case? Okay? Things go very well at the beginning. Everything grows. The quality of life, industrial output, population, production of food, everything grows until you meet a limitation in resources. Okay? They face, at that time, a criticism on, well, you might have estimated wrongly the amount of resources available. Said, okay, we can model this. This is a computer model, so we can actually double the amount of resources. So what happens? So there's no resource shortage. What happens is that you have a pollution crisis. So we are today, since our model continues to be optimized only for growth and ignoring that we are in a closed system, right? We are in between these two business as usual, okay? So we see from real data, so you see on your right-hand side, all the socioeconomic trends, everything goes exponentially, okay? The GDP, urban population, energy use, everything goes exponentially, as well as the Earth system trends, okay? The carbon dioxide, the deforestation, fish capture, everything goes exponentially, okay? This is the success of the system that doesn't see any limit there, okay? But we do have limits, and we learned this thanks to the work of the Stockholm Resilience Center, so Dr. Hockström, okay? We know that we have 9 planetary boundaries that actually maintain the Earth in a safe and operational space for humanity to exist, okay? Those are the planetary boundaries. That's the idea of planetary boundaries, okay? And since the formulation of the boundaries in 2009, we have transgressed 6 out of 9 of those boundaries, okay? So what is the connection between this thing and the space system? The connection is that the economic system was made back then without limits. So you are in the beginning of formulating the growth of the space ecosystem, okay? So you need to understand what are the limits of your ecosystem to not face the same crisis that were faced on Earth, okay? So yesterday was very interesting, many discussions on that direction, but there was no actually express mention that the system has limits. But every system has limits, okay? From the input side, from the energy, from resources, because you are so competing to the same resources, you are exposed to the same sustainability crisis. So you're gonna need the raw materials, you're gonna need talent, you're gonna need energy to propel your industry, okay, to propel your sector. But also you have to take care of the sinks on Earth, okay, the pollution that you generate by developing the space sector, but also the pollution up there, right? One of the precious resources are orbits, okay? And how you fill up those orbits are your most precious resources, right? So, but there was no mention about an express number, an express estimate of those limits, okay? I think that's important. And then there's another thing, and I'm about to finish, okay? It's called Jevons paradox, okay? It's also known since the Industrial Revolution, okay? Is when you get better in doing something, you don't stop. You do more of that. Okay? This is known since those times. Okay? So I put there the impressive evolution of fuel consumption in aircrafts. Okay? We improved since the 60s to now. We improved by a factor of 4 or 5 in terms of fuel consumption. Okay? But then in the other plot, you have the increase in passengers. Okay? We multiply by a factor of 30. Okay? So the savings that we do on fuel, we outweighed by the number of flights and the number of things. By the way, the aircraft industry has a backlog of 13 years, okay, as of today. Okay. Same is happening for space. Okay, as we decrease the price of put 1 kilo in space, we see this tremendous grow into the number of assets going up. And I think yesterday I heard about the registration of 1 million potential assets. Even if a fraction of that materialize, it's a lot. So again, a need for understanding the limits of the system. Okay, and that's are my, coming up to the conclusions. So space economy is no surprise. It's structured the same ways as Earth economy because it's done by the same people. Okay, so it's blind to energy and resource input. It's blind to the capacity of the sinks in space and on Earth. So this needs to be quantified. I would suggest that. Okay, so to answer the question, what are the limits of the system? Okay, it has entered in an exponential phase thanks to the gain in efficiency. And so the question is, now that you are in exponential phase, to fill up the sink is go very fast. Okay, is this that you see in science teaching, right? To get a feeling of exponential growth, right? How long that bacteria glass you're going to fill up? Okay, you think it's going to take hours, but takes minutes, for instance. Okay, this thing that we saw in science classes. Okay, so the sinks are going to be filled very quickly if you don't, pay attention to that. So one suggestion was a similar thing like the carbon budget that we have now for CO2 emissions. Okay, so we need to keep the system at certain level to limit global warming beyond 1.5 or less than 2 degrees. So that translates into amount of emissions. Okay, so that is a number that everyone is looking after. Okay, I have to limit my emissions to not go beyond that threshold. Okay, so that would be an interesting parameter. Okay, how much can I get up there and limit that? And what you have as a policy tool on Earth, right? Those days, we know this is a cap and trade system. For instance, you have allowances to pollute. Okay, so you have a limited amount here in Europe. For instance, it's called exchange trade system, that you limit the amount of pollution that every sector can emit. Okay, that could be something. A system like this could be something similar to proposed to space. Okay, and finally, the system is in exponential growth. Okay, and there's a temptation of solving pollution by creating another industry, which is necessary. Okay, you need to clean by sending more things up there, but also you need to work on the two things. Okay, in the sinking, freeing the sinks, and at the same time controlling the flow, the input flows. Okay, so we have to work on both sides. Okay, and you might face increased financial risks. I think this was also mentioned yesterday, that we end up with problems to insure assets up there. So the requirements for finance is going to be becoming more stringent, requiring ESG gradings, for instance, as you see on Earth here, or risk of becoming stranded assets, or even the insurance companies actually giving up of that, as we see now in California and Florida. It's impossible to insure your house today there because the risk is too high to them to cope. Okay, this in exponential growth, if there's no limit, you can reach that situation not that far in the future. Okay, a lot of the points that I mentioned here are, I'm glad to see that are captured in the guidelines for long-term sustainability of our space. And I would like to finish just with this picture. It is a UN conference, right? So we have to show the UN SDGs. So space contribute directly or indirectly to, I think, all of the goals, okay? But also needs to realize or to have in mind that we are in the biosphere, then has society, then has economy, okay? So please keep that image in mind. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudio. Thank you. Our second keynote speaker has a long and impressive curriculum and comes from Egypt. Dr. Sherry Sedki possesses over 31 years of global experience across international institutions in the Middle East, Europe, and the United States. He has over 100 publications and 19 patents, and is a renowned expert in miniaturized sensor and inertial systems. Dr. Sedki, appointed CEO of the Egyptian Space Agency in August 2022, is also chair of the Arab Space Cooperation Group in November 2023. As of June 2024, he assumes the role of chair of COPUS. Dr. Sherry Sedki, is an honor to have you here. Welcome.
Good morning, and I would like to thank the Portuguese Space Agency and the UNOOSA for this invitation, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. And thank you for this well-organized conference and wealth of knowledge and information and expertise that have been exchanged over those 2 days. So I will start by talking about the management and sustainability of outer space, complementing on what have been discussed yesterday and today, and just giving you some dates and figures about the what's happening on the Earth and how it's reflected in space. So if we start with the number of space agencies, now we have around 77 national and international space agencies, and there is a vast increase in this number starting from the first establishment in 1955 to date. And you could see the exponential increase of those number of agencies. And actually, there are lots of distribution across the world. And you could see here there is a gap here in Africa, but all over the world, it's all populated now with various activities. So we have now launching capabilities within 24 different agencies, and we have extraterrestrial capabilities within 6 agencies, and 4 agencies capable of human spacecraft launches. What's the impact of all this activity in space in terms of population of space, and in terms of assets, and in terms of traffic management, and all the different consequences attached to this? So we'll see now that we have around 12,000 satellites in space, 8,300, almost 8,400 are active, and 3,300 are dead, which means that those are presenting space debris. In addition, we have around 640 orbit fragmentation and 36,500 pieces larger than 10 centimeters. If you go smaller in dimension, then those numbers increase exponentially. So we have pieces between 1 centimeter and 1 millimeter, around 130 million. So if you look at the distribution of the satellites, starting with that, and then we go to the deep space exploration. So we have now around 370 constellations. They are dominated by the Leo constellations. We have around 342 Leo constellations, dominated mainly by Earth observation, and then IoT, and then internet broadband, in addition to all the different constellations for space weather, navigation, and other applications. But those are the big numbers. And in spite of the fact that the internet broadband have lower number of satellites, but actually the size of the constellations are really huge. And there are lots of planned mega constellations in the near future. So we have now Starlink with 6,000 launches, and they have in total 7,500 licensed satellites. We have OneWeb with the merge with Eutelsat. They have 700, almost 700 launches and licensed 6,372 satellites. And China have around 13,000 announced satellites to be launched. So this is a huge number, and that's not only the numbers. There are other mega constellations that are done by Amazon, AST, Link, and others. So there are a huge number of satellites coming on. If we move up to the deep space exploration, starting with the moon exploration, and when it started in 1958, throughout those almost 65 years, we have around 142 moon missions. That costs on the average per mission $300 million. Apollo program only over the period from 1960 to 1973 costed at that time $28 billion. If we just take the inflation rate to date, it's around $280 billion. Over the next 6 years, we have around 100 more missions to be launched according to the ESA report. And we have 11, out of them, we have 11 governmental, intergovernmental missions and 9 private enterprises. And the rest are lunar orbiters. Going to Mars, we'll see that from 1997 to 2023, we have around 150 missions with an average cost of $1 billion per mission. And you could also see here the significant increase in the number of missions as we move forward. And over the next 10 years, we're expecting more and more to come. So what's the impact of this on the sustainability of outer space activities? And I'm just summing up all what we have been discussed yesterday and today, and to put a list of challenges and what would be the way forward that we need to follow. So according to the COPUS long-term sustainability guidelines, there are 2 main pillars for the outer space sustainability. So it's space traffic management and the technical development and frequency coordination. The space traffic management have 4 main pillars. It's the debris mitigation and active debris removal, and then that's coupled with the space surveillance tracking and collision avoidance, in addition to the registration of space objects, which is very, very important now, and finally, the safety and security of space operation. Whereas the technical development and frequency coordination, it requires lots of international cooperation and raising awareness among new space comers. In addition, we need to ensure the sustainability of deep space exploration. Yesterday, you have seen lots of activities regarding the implementation of the long-term sustainability, and we heard about the ESA Zero Debris Initiative, Space Data Association. There are lots of different activities going on to the implementation of the UN COPUS guidelines for the long-term sustainability of space. And if we just dig into each one of the pillars of the space traffic management, we'll see that, for instance, for the debris mitigation, there are lots of efforts for the safe disposal of space objects. And this needs to be taken carefully. Safe disposal means that we need to remove it or to deorbit it and then get it back to the atmosphere. But whether this is still environmental safety or not, that's another issue to be discussed. But actually, safe here means that we will not generate more debris while removing a certain debris. Also, the ESA Zero Debris Initiative now is working on reducing the orbital clearance time from the very, very long time of 25 years. Now it's 5 years, and it's getting shorter. And again, this has lots of economical impacts, as have been discussed yesterday. How to do collision avoidance, and how to do the satellite maneuver, and what would be the added cost to the satellite, and the complication for the satellite for that, and how accurate can this be achieved. How can we improve the health monitoring of the satellites to ensure that it's healthy throughout its lifetime? And finally, how can we do appropriate and precise risk assessment for the extrapolation and the determination of the collision events? Debris mitigation is an issue, and active debris removal is another issue. And there are lots of initiatives and lots of mega projects that have been adopted. For instance, the NASA program that costed around $1.9 billion in 2012 for the electrodynamic debris eliminator. And how does it capture the space debris object and just move it out of orbit? Or the other activities for the robotic arms, and how does it do the rendezvous and proximity approaches to align with the spinning of the object. And this is very, very critical, that it might result in space debris while catching the satellites. And there are other simpler and more cost-effective techniques that have been recently developed by the private sectors for instance, the magnetic capture, where you have a docking station on the satellite itself, and then another satellite docking to that, and then deorbited. And there are other non-contact or contactless techniques for deorbiting using the ion beam Schaffer technique, where a beam of ions just force the debris, and this is good for particles that's larger than centimeters. Given that, larger than 10 centimeters, given that we can see the object itself, and that's another challenge. And also, with the development of the laser technologies and the pulse laser technologies, high energy lasers, there are also other contactless techniques to get debris particles that's smaller than 10 centimeters. And actually, all those techniques will imply the proper monitoring of the space objects, which means that we need to have the precise space surveillance technology where we can see the objects. And we heard yesterday about the United States Space Surveillance Network and its capability to determine particles that are 10 centimeters or larger, and how does this network spread all over the world. And we have also in Bonn, in Germany, the largest tracking and imaging radar that's capable of detecting objects in space. But all this depends on the accuracy of the sensors used. And if you just look at the nature of the various atmospheric layers and how does it impact the physics of the sensors and the capability of the sensors to accurately capture the objects, because such harsh environment and depending on where we are in the atmospheric layer will affect the different capturing techniques, whether the radio frequency or the electro-optical sensors or the infrared sensors, all those are significantly affected. Which means that this will imply maybe more sophisticated technologies and more diversity in the sensing mechanism, which means more cost and more added budget to the missions. Or looking into the recently deployed techniques for the in-orbit monitoring for space objects. So the main challenge here is how can we improve the sensor technology, and also how can we ensure the international cooperation for the precise conjunctions, and how can we have a clear policy and framework for data sharing. And still remains one of the major challenges here, which is the point of the unregistered objects, because we cannot capture an object or understand what's this object unless we know all the characteristics and identification of the objects. You could see here there is an increasing number of non-registered objects with time, and actually the extrapolation here shows that within 2030, this number will reach around 30% of the total launched objects in space. So this is legitimate now to have a clear registration for objects. So to summarize this part, for the space traffic management, the first pillar of the management and sustainability of space, there is a strong need for the national implementation of the long-term sustainability guidelines of COPUS UN. And also, we need to have more incentives to encourage sustainability and to encourage companies to follow the sustainability guidelines. Also, having a comprehensive catalog for space assets is getting more and more important, and the enforcements and getting the proper rules and guidelines and governance for the end-of-life removal. More studies about the atmospheric impact and the re-entry and how does it impact the environment. It's very, very important to ensure the proper meaning of the safe removal of the space assets. Also, the risk of maintaining space sustainability due to uncertainty of the space environment. And the harsh environment that we are exposed to, and the difficulty in removing the small particles, especially those below 10 centimeters in dimension. The potential conflict between space sustainability and other mission interests, and that's always the debate. And here comes the role of the UN COPUS, how to put a clear guidelines that's fair for all and that can be simply implemented. In addition to applying the frameworks for debris removal and space traffic management. Going to the other pillar, which is the technical development and radio frequency, we see that the congestion of the LEO, together with the large number of geosatellites and the congestion of the slots and positioning, together with the future lunar missions, together with the astronomy interference, puts lots of pressure on the frequency distribution and coordination. You could see here from this distribution, the non-uniform distribution of the frequency spectra across the globe. And this will entail raising awareness among new spacecomers and respecting their rights in the frequency domain. If you go to the lunar missions and what are the challenges there for interoperability and how can we have standard protocols between different operators across the globe just to ensure continuous communication over the moon, how can we do the frequency coordination and ensure space zones and have the proper prevention of conflict in outer space. To date, we have two major leading projects across the globe. The Artemis initiative led by NASA, where we have 39 signatories on that, and the ILRS led by China with 11 member states signing on that. Hopefully this will increase more and there will be the proper intercooperation and intercoordination between those two major projects so that everyone across the globe can benefit out of such collaborations. So to conclude my talk, I would just put the Egyptian Space Agency's perspective for the long-term sustainability of outer space, which can be summarized as the importance of the multilateral collaboration for best practices, more involvement of emerging space countries, increasing effectiveness of developing common policy frameworks, guidelines, best practices for key topics such as the active debris removal and the space traffic management. Greater engagement with the private sectors on key topics, it's very, very important. Broader adoption of international space law, the space treaties and the long-term sustainability guidelines and others. How to facilitate broader transparency in the conduct of increasing outer space activities and enhancing registration of all space assets, and to ensure that there are clear points of contact for each country or for each entity responsible for the space asset. To empower member states with capacity building, raising of and awareness raising and sustainability of outer space activities, and finally making better use of the intersessional periods of the COPUS and enhancing more the UN Space Bridge program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cheris Sedki and Claudio also, for the insightful perspectives you shared and gave us some topics to reflect on during the upcoming pause. We now invite you to have a coffee or just a simple cup of tea and join us at the front stairs for a group photo. We will return here at 11 o'clock to unveil the Lisbon Declaration of Outer Space. See you. Thank you. Welcome back. For a moment anticipated by all, the presentation of the Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space. I will leave the floor to Hugo André Costa, the Portuguese Space Agency Executive Director, and Arti Olamani will preside over the session from now on. Hearing what every member state has to say on the governance and collaborating on strategies for a sustainable space is fundamental to accomplishing the dare posed by the United Nations Secretary-General to ensure the future of space activities for the benefit of humanity. Hugo and Arti, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rosa, for your kind introduction. Good morning again, everyone. Pleasure from my side to be here with you again now to the formal session of our event today. And what I'm now going to present to you is the process, how we reach the declaration that you now have on your table. And so everyone is aware, because not you always participated in all of this process, so it's very important that we all have clear how we reached here. And we reached this from a very beginning, where we perhaps some of us would follow this declaration, some perhaps didn't, which is the UN 75 declaration. It was this declaration at the 75th anniversary of UN, when the member states did this declaration. And I would like to highlight the point number 9, where it's stated, we will promote peace and prevent conflicts. And space, as you can see highlighted, was one of the points that was raised to be discussed. So in this exercise that member states requested to the Secretary-General, the Secretary-General proposed our common agenda. It's his report, his vision for what should be the future of UN. And within this report, there are 12 commitments and key moments for the Summit of the Future. One of them is on number 3, and I forgot to read number 3 before I move to this point, and states, promote peace and prevent conflicts. And within this, it is clearly stated to work into the peaceful, secure, sustainable use of outer space, including through a multi-stakeholder dialogue on outer space. This is one of the part of the 12 commitments. And for these 12 commitments, there are different key moments towards the Summit of the Future. And one of them is this outer space dialogue. And I will read this quote from the document: to seek high-level political agreement on the peaceful, secure, and sustainable use of outer space, move towards a global regime to coordinate space traffic, and agree on the principles for the future governance of outer space. And this is what this conference is all about, to contribute to the outer space dialogue, to the Summit of the Future that will then be comprised on the Pact for the Future. But before that, member states also requested a more in-depth view regarding space. And therefore, last year, in May 2023, the Secretary-General published the Policy Brief 7 for all humanity for the future of outer space governance. And within this document, I would like just to highlight these 2 points: to understand and address the emerging challenges of outer space security and sustainability, and that is also required an agile and multi-stakeholder governance responses. It was at this document that space traffic management, space debris, and space resources were identified as the key points to be discussed in preparation of the Summit of the Future. Therefore, Portugal, as was mentioned already before, proposed to contribute to this conference. And before going to this, I'd just like to highlight that during the decision that was taken to organize this conference, 3 directors of UN were in charge during this time. One is where everything started with the director Simonetta Di Pipo. Then everything start to be built with acting director Nicholas Hedman. So thank you very much, Nicholas. You are here in the room. Thank you very much. And it came to life then with the director, Arti Olamaini. So we had 3 directors working together with us to make this conference possible. And from the very beginning, we tried to be as clear as possible and transparent as possible. In the document that we have published in 2023, we put it there, the roadmap towards this conference, explaining that we would have technical symposium. With this technical symposium, we wrote a report on the outcomes of this symposium. We had later on the policy symposium. Also, we published a report on the legal subcommittee. And with these inputs, we built up the Lisbon Declaration. And today, we conclude with our Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities conference. So this process came to the Lisbon Declaration. I would like to highlight that to write this document, it was not just with combining the outcomes from these symposiums virtually, but also it was requested to the regional groups to contribute, to nominate their people or their representatives for the drafting group. Versions were shared, iterated with the regional groups, also sometimes bilaterally. During legal subcommittee, for example, during those 2 weeks, we were there also interacting bilaterally to build up this document and to have a vision that could be understood by all. And before going to the declaration, I would just like to read one point that we believe it's important from the declaration. And it stays on the declaration, as you can see. This declaration was prepared by the Portuguese Space Agency in the context of the Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities Conference 14 and 15 of May, co-organized with the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Contributors to the declaration includes UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, member states, civil and youth organizations, industry and academia. It is a non-consensualized summary of the discussions which took place during the preparatory events. I'd also like to state what is written, that many participants of the Lisbon Conference underlined the importance of ensuring that outer space remains a safe, sustainable, and inclusive domain for generations to come, and through the series of transparent multi-stakeholder dialogues organized by Portugal and UNOOSA, this declaration identifies. And the wording that you'll see here on stage is not the exactly wording there, just for the purpose of summary, because it would be very difficult to summarize these 6 points in one slide. But the main points are highlighted in this document that highlights the role of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Highlighted also the advancing on multilateral efforts for the peaceful and safe and sustainable use of outer space. The need for a multi-stakeholder, the need for a multi-sector and meaningful stakeholder engagement, the need for international cooperation, the importance of expanding and strengthening youth participation in national and international space activities, and the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future as key initiatives for fostering great cooperation. This is just a very short summary with a rewording to make it possible to fit here. The declaration, you have it with you on your tables, and this is the result of this process. And I'll just like to finish with just one more point, which is in 67, if I'm not wrong, when the Outer Space Treaty came to life. This was built during also difficult times, but it brought a generation together, and the Outer Space Treaty was not for them, it was for us. What we are doing today, and what we'll be doing in the Summit of the Future, is also not for us, it's for the future generations. So we should, despite all of the difficulties, we should look into the future. And whatever we do today, it will have an impact in our sons, in our daughters, in our grandkids, and this is what we should have in mind. So with this, I'd like to thank you very much, and we will now proceed with the session. Thank you. Great. And now we will give the floor to the delegations. And the way we will do it is, as in a couple's style, you raise your flag, and we'll give you the word. I would just like to ask the staff team to increase a little bit the lights on the people, because otherwise it's very difficult to read the names. And with this, let's start it.
Thank you so much, Hugo, for the excellent background and presentation of the Lisbon Declaration. I would like to invite Ricardo Conde from Portugal to please take the floor and open this discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hugo and Arti, and also to present this Lisbon Declaration. So I will make the statement from Portugal. Portuguese space activities advanced significantly when we joined the European Space Agency 24 years ago. Since then, it was strongly developed its industry and academia in our country. We have established the National Space Strategy, and we just celebrate our 5th anniversary of our agency, the Portuguese Space Agency. So we have also revised our national space law, reinforcing access and return to and from space, and most importantly, the sustainability, the space sustainability. Portugal is committed to actively contribute to the outer space dialogue, and this conference is a living proof of that. Humankind can no longer live on Earth without the support of space infrastructures. Across all economic sectors, space data is fundamental to our way of life. As such, international cooperation is of a paramount importance to support the development of frameworks to ensure sustainability of outer space activities. Organizers through multi-stakeholders events on the road for the Summit of the Future, and preceded by 2 preparatory symposia, also multi-stakeholders at its core, this conference regarding the management and sustainability of outer space activities also included a discussion on space traffic management, space debris, and space resources, as highlighted in the Secretary General Space Policy Brief. We strongly believe that the outcomes of these open discussions on the future of space elements can provide member states helpful elements to foster outer space as a track to be vigorously advocate for the Pact of the Future and newly followed beyond the Summit of the Future. The Lisbon Declaration, just presented, and thank you for that, Hugo and Arti, and thank you for that, and for your collaboration on that, all of you, summarize and signals the importance of the themes that such a corpus retaining a principal role of the forum to reach international consensus. The need to foster international governance regimes concerning space debris, also space traffic management and space resources, and the need for government and multi-stakeholders cooperation to set up guidance for sustainable activities in outer space and the benefit of multi-sectors and meaningful multi-stakeholders participation, as stated in the briefing report, our common agenda report for the UN Secretary General. Also the need of transparency, clarity and consistency of relevant policies and regulations, and the importance of youth participation. I conclude. For all of this, we strongly advocate for this declaration and its contents, only made possible to the amazing participation and contributions. It was a long journey, right? In a truly multi-stakeholder efforts of more than 80 speakers, moderators, rapporteurs from 22 countries, over 22 organizations, including industry, they are here also present, member states, academia, civil society organizations, and others. Portugal invites you all to endorse this declaration. This is our contribution to these huge problems that we have in hands nowadays. Like my colleague Hugo presents, we are preparing the legacy for the next generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Portugal. The next in the list will be Belgium.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the Portuguese government, the Portuguese State Agency, as well as the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, not only for organizing this conference, but also for formulating the Lisbon Manifesto on Space Sustainability. The manifesto, which we gladly endorse today here in Lisbon. A new comprehensive approach of space sustainability is developing. That is clearly and timely reflected in the Lisbon Manifesto. From the space debris issue rising in the late 1980s to the space situational awareness in the early 2000s, from CubeSat to mega constellations, from peaceful purposes to active defense systems, and the threat of nuclear weapons in outer space being used despite their prohibition. Space looks more and more like an extension of situations we are facing on Earth. It took some 10 years for the COPUS to elaborate and adopt a set of guidelines aiming at ensuring the long-term sustainability of space activities. It took long, but the achievement must be acknowledged. Those guidelines constitute the latest instrument adopted by all members of CUPUS. And that instrument is applicable to all stakeholders in the global space sector, governments, industry, operators, service providers, users. All of them have a role to play in the implementation of those guidelines. Today, outer space no longer is to be treated as an isolated area. We envisage a common fate for humanity on Earth, in orbit, and on the Moon. We link space sustainability with the Sustainable Development Goals and a Pact for the Future, making sure it is not forgotten both in terms of challenges and in terms of solutions. Belgium has been fully committed since the very beginning of this effort within COPUS, but also within European partners, within ESA and European Union, through its national space legislation, allowing the necessary flexibility to guarantee its full application and effect, through R&D, 350 million euro per year for the period 2023 until 2027, through its continuous dialogue with other states on strengthening the resilience and the quality of our space sector, making space sustainability a core element of its policy, and through its prioritizing it when chairing the EU Council, as it does now. To conclude, I want to plead for a more effective recognition of space in global international governance based on CUPUS's unique competence and reiterate Belgium's grateful support for the Lisbon Manifesto on space sustainability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Belgium. May I please give the floor now to respected delegate of Bangladesh. Thank you.
First of all, our deep gratitude to the government of Portugal, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, and Portuguese Space Agency for organizing this timely conference. Delegates from esteemed member states, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning to you all. Bangladesh's commitment to general and complete disarmament is anchored in its constitution and remains a fundamental pursuit of our foreign policy. Bangladesh is a state party to the Outer Space Treaty and supports the fundamental premise laid out in the treaty for the exploration and use of outer space for the greater benefits of all humankind. We emphasize that all states enjoy the right to peaceful and sustainable use and exploration of the outer space, which would benefit all humanity. To reinforce this commitment, we have proudly joined the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Bangladesh continues to uphold the legacy of our multilateral engagements for peace and development, as envisioned by our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. His daughter, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, is a staunch advocate against arms competition and war. She consistently urges the international community to seek alternatives to war, prioritizing development and peace over arms race. Bangladesh echoes the concern as expressed by the UN Secretary General in his new Agenda for Peace, in which he said that outer space has emerged as the possible domain of military confrontation. The UN Secretary General has elaborated on the risk to the sustainability and security of outer space is one of his policy briefs, namely, for all humanity, the future of outer space governance. Over the past decade, the outer space environment has been significantly impacted by the growing number of space objects in the orbit, the increasing involvement of private sector actors, the decreasing cost associated with launching objects into orbit, and the planned human missions to deep space. The distinction between peaceful and military applications of outer space has become increasingly blurred. These indications highlight the urgent need to strengthen the current legal framework and security aspects of outer space to address the emerging threats. Space debris also remains a major concern for us and for our succeeding generations. Technological sophistication in the 21st century presents us with opportunities as well. Innovations in the areas of safe and sustainable space activities like global navigation satellite systems can accelerate the achievement of SDGs, the Space 2030 agenda adopted in the General Assembly pursuant to Resolution 76, Para 3 clearly highlight the contribution of space activities and space tools for the achievement of SDGs. With our first communication satellite, Bangabandhu 1, launched into space, our stake for a secured and peaceful outer space is more than ever before. We emphasize the necessity for improved information sharing regarding the purpose of space objects, the intentions behind operations, and the corresponding mechanisms. We call for strengthening of capacity building programs with particular emphasis on developing countries to ensure that outer space is, both in principle and in practice, a truly global commons which all states can avail themselves to. Ladies and gentlemen, our collective responsibility to effectively govern outer space is something that we owe to present and future generations. Thank you all. Obrigada.
Thank you very much. Could I please give the floor to Canada?
Thank you. Firstly, Canada wishes to thank the Government of Portugal, the Portuguese Space Agency, and the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs for your tremendous efforts in putting together this event and creating the opportunity to discuss amongst government, civil society, youth, and industry experts the sustainability of outer space activities. Outer space is vital for enabling our essential daily activities. For Canada, due to our geography, space-based technologies and applications are critical and often the only means to reach our rural and remote communities. We are committed to working collaboratively with international partners to ensure a safe, secure, stable, and operationally sustainable space environment. Space-based technologies are key to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly through the promotion of sustainable agriculture, advancing access to public health services, reducing inequalities among countries, and perhaps most importantly, helping our fight against climate change. In that regard, Canada welcomes the UN Secretary-General's release of Our Common Agenda and its efforts to advance this dialogue as part of the Summit of the Future. As we have heard over the past 2 days, the increased benefits and applications that space technology can offer come with challenges, such as the proliferation of naturally occurring and man-made space debris, the increasing number of actors operating in space, and the many unknowns facing new space exploration missions. Canada continues to work actively with national and international partners to find solutions to manage space debris, including by engaging in committees such as the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee and the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. In an era of rapid development and changes in the space environment, Canada places great importance on preserving the use of outer space for peaceful purposes and promoting the long-term sustainability of outer space for present and future generations. Ensuring that we have a safe and sustainable space environment is paramount to ensuring the continuity of space operations. This will require a truly global effort, underpinned by a robust multilateral system with the UN at its core. The work that we do as responsible international actors within forums like the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space is essential to ensuring that all states work cooperatively towards the exploration and use of outer space for the benefit of all humankind. Addressing the challenges posed by the emergence of new space-based services and capabilities requires strengthening the governance of outer space, alongside guidelines that support the long-term safety and sustainability of outer space activities. Success will be dependent on international collaboration, cooperation, and inclusivity. Canada places great importance on collectively addressing the risks we all face, and we look forward to discussing these further together. We again wish to thank our Portuguese colleagues and UNOOSA for convening these important discussions and bringing forward the views of multiple stakeholders as we look towards the Summit of the Future. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of Canada. The next in the list is Japan, which is joining online. Thank you very much. And afterwards will be Germany. Japan, please, you have the floor.
Okay, so thank you very much for giving us a great opportunity to share with you Japanese views on agendas such as space traffic management and sustainability, space debris, countermeasures, and space resource activity. So in recent years, outer space has become congested due to a rapidly increasing number of space objects. So in addition, increase of space debris caused by anti-satellite tests has posed growing risks to the sustainable and stable use of outer space. So for Japan, so securing the stable, safe, and sustainable use of the outer space environment is of the utmost importance. So Japan encourages all states to work towards ensuring sustainable space traffic management. In March 2024, we Japan updated the mid to long-term policy for rulemaking on the use of Earth orbit to consider its efforts to enhance collision avoidance, space situational awareness, debris mitigation and remediation, and on orbit services, and to address issues related to large constellations. So let me introduce some of our recent efforts. About the space situational awareness remains a priority for Japan. So Ministry of Defense of Japan has developed our SSA system, so which became fully operational in March 2023. So we also began providing SSA information, such as orbital information of space objects, to provide satellite operators. So this SSA system will help us make space more visible and avoid orbital collisions more precisely. So regarding on-orbit servicing, we see various forms emerging recently, such as life extension and refueling, as well as active debris removal. So currently, Japan is working on a commercial debris removal demonstration. It's named CRD2 project in order to ensure safe, secure, and transparent operations of on-orbit servicing. So Japan established a national guideline in 2021 that prescribe technical safety requirements. So the guidelines require entities conducting on-orbit servicing to obtain consent from the entity having the authority to the client object and the client object and service the client space object, ensuring transparency throughout the mission. So transparency is crucial in ensuring that the on-orbit servicing does not cause collisions with the client space objects or third-party objects, and that third-party spacecraft does not approach the service area without knowing the plan. So in addition, Japan publishes an in-advance announcement on on-orbit servicing project on the website of our Cabinet Office of Japan to ensure transparency. So we hope that countries considering licensing on-orbit servicing will establish these standards and guidelines similar to Japan's. So including those related to transparency, so that we can create a business environment in which these services can operate securely. So now let me share with you Japan's activities on space resources. In 2021, the Space Resource Act of Japan was enacted to ensure that Japan's space resources activities comply with Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty. And this subject to appropriate authorization and continuing supervision by the government of Japan. So in addition, Japan ensures transparency by publishing and approved project plan on the Cabinet Office website. The aim of this is to conduct space resource activities in an internationally coordinated manner and to contribute to the prevention of conflicts related to the activities. On November 4th, 2022, Japan granted the first license for space resources activities to a Japanese space startup called iSpace under our Space Resources Act. But very unfortunately, the mission was not successful. So we consider space resources activities should be conducted in a peaceful, or safe, and sustainable manner, consistent with the fundamental value of international order in outer space based on the rule of law. So it is important to reach a common understanding among countries on necessary measures to prevent unregulated space resource development by some entities and conflicts among them. So Japan has been participating in discussions among the Artemis Accords signatories on practical efforts to share information on each country's lunar exploration mission to prevent collisions. So Japan believes that these efforts will be helpful for all countries. On the other hand, space resource activities are in the very early development stage, so we should not impose severe restrictions on them, and we need to carefully consider this point. So we believe that in order to promote safety, transparency, sustainability, so science and international innovation, it is important for all of us to discuss practical international coordination measures to prevent harmful interferences and conflicts. So Japan would like to continue to actively contribute to the discussion in space resources working. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to introduce Japan's position and thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to a distinguished delegate of Germany, and after Germany, we will move to Bahrain. Thank you.
Also from the German side, first of all, thank you very much to the government of Portugal, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, and the Portuguese Space Agency for hosting this conference series. This event, together with the two preparatory symposia, has highlighted the value of a multi-stakeholder approach to discuss pressing space governance issues. It has brought valuable expertise from industry, academia, and civil society to the COPUS community, and we want to thank the organizers for this. The conference series has focused on three important issues in space governance today: space traffic management, space debris, and space resources. These are also priorities for Germany. On all three issues, the new space strategy of the federal government recognizes the challenges the international community is facing and states that Germany will pursue governance approaches through the United Nations, in particular through the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. We therefore consider this conference as an excellent opportunity to exchange and highlight why stronger governance on these issues is needed. The conference also provided a number of interesting and forward-thinking recommendations that merit further consideration. We trust that the Lisbon Declaration that was just presented will be made available to delegations at the upcoming session of COPUS to inform them about our deliberations here. The organizers have also stated that the conference series was intended to further the goals of the UN Secretary General's Our Common Agenda report and to support discussions on the Pact for the Future currently negotiated at the United Nations in New York. A first draft, called the Zero Draft, has been published earlier this year. We welcome UN member states' willingness to use the Pact for the Future to reaffirm the mandate of COPUS and to strengthen the role of the Office for Outer Space Affairs, making them fit for present and future tasks in the field of space governance. We also hope that the Pact can raise awareness of space governance issues, such as multilateral approach to space traffic management, and that this awareness can support our work in the committee in this regard. This week, Namibia and Germany, as co-facilitators, will make publicly available a revised version of the Zero Draft that has taken into account comments from UN member states during several readings in New York. The revised version will form the basis for further negotiations on a final version of the Pact for the Future. We hope that the outcomes of this conference, in particular the Lisbon Declaration, can be an important source of information and inspiration for delegations in New York as they discuss the space-related aspects of the Pact. Germany looks forward to the successful adoption of the Pact at the Summit of the Future in September. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of Germany. The next on the list will be the distinguished representative of Bahrain, followed by Paraguay.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the National Space Science Agency of the Kingdom of Bahrain, NSSA, we would like first to extend our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Portuguese Space Agency for hosting this important conference. Our thanks and gratitude are also extended to the UNOOSA for organizing this conference, which underscores our collective commitment to improve the management and sustainability of outer space. The NSSA has been at the forefront for leveraging space science for the betterment of humanity. Our agency has been instrumental in deploying space technologies at the national level and currently is working on several joint projects to address some of the persistent challenges with many higher education institutes, research centers, space agencies, and space companies from different parts of the world, maintaining space sustainability at the top of our priorities. One of the newest ongoing collaboration is with the Egyptian Space Agency to develop, test, and deploy a multispectral camera aboard the Chang'e 7 lunar exploration mission to analyze lunar surface materials, which will probe the lunar south pole soil composition, including ice water. We are also anticipating several upcoming collaborations that will involve rovers. As we gather here, we advocate for an international accord that fosters a cooperative and sustainable space sector dedicated to space sustainability. Coordination between space actors should be strengthened and governed to enhance the coordination of space traffic and interoperability of space operation that will protect the space assets in an increasingly complex environment, minimizing the possibilities of generating space debris. In the same manner, the international space community must join efforts to deal with the space debris currently existing in orbit. As of today, the Kingdom of Bahrain have signed 3 of the 5 main international space treaties developed under the umbrella of the United Nations, which are the Outer Space Treaty, the Liability Convention, and the Registration Convention. The Kingdom was also one of the early countries to join the Artemis Accord. Furthermore, the Kingdom of Bahrain remains steadfast in its commitment to the peaceful use of outer space, as evidenced by our active membership in COPUS since 2017. Our national efforts have yielded groundbreaking advancement, including the development of innovative AI-driven space debris detection systems that contribute significantly to the global pursuit of space sustainability and debris mitigation. The Kingdom has contributed as well to the space sustainability stakeholder engagement study in 2021, which showcased the experience of member states to implementing the guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, the LTS guidelines. In anticipation of our national space law, we reaffirm our adherence to the principles of the Outer Space Treaty. This comprehensive legal framework will ensure the responsible conduct of space activities, emphasizing debris mitigation and the long-term preservation of the space environment. In conclusion, the Kingdom of Bahrain believes that conserving our outer space is a shared responsibility that demands global cooperation. We remain resolved in supporting international initiatives that secure the future of safe space exploration for generations to come, and are open to collaborations with international space players from both emerging and developed countries. Thank you for your attention and for the opportunity to contribute to this significant dialogue.
Thank you so much, distinguished delegate of Bahrain. Could I give the floor to Ambassador Fassetti from Paraguay, please?
Thank you, Chair. Paraguay welcomes the organization of the Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities Conference by the Portuguese Space Agency together with the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, with the aim of contributing to the roadmap of the Summit of the Future by means of an open forum where member states can discuss ways to reinforce space governance and further strengthen the sustainability of human space activities. Paraguay, as a member of the international community, reiterates the recognitions of the rights and benefits derived from the exclusively peaceful use of outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, in accordance with international law and its sustainable use for the benefits of all humankind, regardless the degree of social, economic, scientific, or technological development. In the past years, we have witnessed the broadening of space activities and the emergence of new technologies and new actors. Likewise, cooperation and advancement in outer space are gaining prominence on the political agenda of governments and international organizations. All of this, the increased participation in space activities and increasing role of the space industry and the private sector and the critical dependency of our civilization on space systems are raising emerging challenges in outer space activities. At the same time, the wave of innovation driven by space science creates new opportunities and inspires the current and future generation of science and engineering professionals. Space science also encourages economies to intensify activities in the space sector and promote global information sharing and communication between researchers and policymakers. As a driver of progress and socioeconomic development, space science brings life-saving benefits that contribute to global development and prosperity. Therefore, it is now more important than ever that we step up our efforts in promoting international cooperation and enhanced use of space technologies for socioeconomic development and for addressing global challenges. Nevertheless, it is important to underscore that space activities need to be sustainable in the long term so that the international community can increase access to the benefits of current space applications and continue developing new technologies which may offer further benefits. We appreciate the celebration of 2 virtual symposiums in preparation of this conference, with a view to consult international experts from industry, academia, and member states. These events focused on 3 major trends affecting the security of outer space activities from a technical and policy perspective, namely space traffic management, space resources, and space debris, as set out by the Secretary General Policy Brief 7 for All Humanity, the Future of Outer Space Governance. Based on the discussions of the preparatory events and those held during these 2 days, an outcome document entitled Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space has been prepared. Paraguay welcomed the outputs of these documents in this sense that we firmly believe that COPUS and its subcommittees are the appropriate forum to discuss current and emerging challenges to the safe and sustainable use of space, as well as to lead the way in the development of consensus-based international recognized governance regimes related to the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. In this sense, we call for the advancing of multilateral efforts in establishing guidelines for sustainable space activities. We highlight the importance of active multi-stakeholders and multi-sector participation, including the youth, in order to guarantee a comprehensive approach to the space and governance framework, which can be enabled through a dedicated platform within COPUS or under the umbrella of the United Nations. Furthermore, we recognize the need for international coordination across the various existing forums and initiatives whose areas of work have an impact in the safety and sustainability of space activities, aiming for transparent, clear and consistent policies and regulations that both public and private operators can abide by. Finally, we are certain that the Summit of the Future and the Pact of the Future will provide a unique opportunity to foster greater cooperation and coordination in outer space exploration and use, in particular, the capacity building effort for the benefit of developing space nations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the distinguished representative of Paraguay. The next on my list is the distinguished representative of Greece, to be followed by United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are very pleased to participate to the Conference on Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities, hosted in beautiful Lisbon by the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs and the Portuguese Space Agency. Allow me to start by congratulating our hosts for a wonderful organization and their warm hospitality, and to thank them for giving us the opportunity to share a very stimulated and much needed discussion on the sustainability of outer space activities. As mentioned, this conference is the outcome of 2 preparatory virtual symposia and aims at contributing through the Lisbon Declaration to the roadmap towards the Summit of the Future. As some of you already know, Greece is a strong advocate of the peaceful and safe exploration and use of outer space, and we strongly support the efforts of the United Nations and Portugal to regulate human activities in space. In this respect, we have contributed to the ongoing debate through the submission of a written statement to the Pact of the Future and through our ongoing active participation in the discussions. Greece strongly believes that the 5 UN treaties on outer space and the relevant United Nations General Assembly sets of principles are the cornerstone of international space law. COPIOS and its subcommittees are the main fora for the development of international space law, as well as for an inclusive dialogue on space law and international cooperation for the peaceful uses of outer space. We strongly support that international cooperation should prevail over any use of force in space. Ladies and gentlemen, the Summit of the Future gives us an important opportunity to put outer space issues high on the international agenda. We hope that the Pact for the Future will facilitate the implementation of the Space 2030 agenda and will contribute to fostering a peaceful, secure, and sustainable use of outer space for the benefit of all countries. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Greece. Could I please give the floor to the United Kingdom, followed by Ghana? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me first thank and commend Portugal, UNOOSA, for their organisation of this event and the preceding virtual events. The pace of human exploration and the use of outer space is accelerating. We are seeing exponential growth in the number of satellites placed in orbit, and the number of a spacefaring nation continues to grow. The United Kingdom sees both challenges and opportunities in these developments. In the 2021 Our Common Agenda report by the UN Secretary General, it says that no community or country can solve its challenges alone. This is as true of space as it is many other areas. This is why the United Kingdom welcomes the efforts of the UN Secretary General to make the Our Common Agenda a success, and why we continue to be strong advocates of international cooperation in space. The conference here in Lisbon is an important stepping stone with its focus on the space aspects of the Our Common Agenda. It can help build on the Our Common Agenda objectives while looking ahead to the Summit of the Future. The Lisbon Declaration sets out important issues for member states to take forward, including the importance of transparency, sustainability, capacity building, and the benefits of a multi-stakeholder approach. The United Kingdom sees multi-stakeholder involvement as a key strength of the Lisbon process. The 2 virtual events, alongside this event, have involved stakeholders across governments, academia, industry, and civil society, and provide a valuable platform for engagement. We would like to thank the moderators and speakers for their valuable input to this conference, the United Kingdom will continue to endorse for a broad inclusion of stakeholders to input into the future of space governments. To achieve progress in the areas of space debris, space traffic management, and space resources, the United Kingdom believes we need to prioritise 3 key areas set out in the Lisbon Declaration: transparency, sustainability, and capacity building. We cannot achieve these priorities without a more diverse and representative group of countries taking part in international cooperation in space. As more nations seek to develop their space capabilities, they can face challenges in developing the legal and regulatory framework for space activities. The Lisbon Declaration calls attention to UNOOSA being a key actor in capacity building for space activities. The United Kingdom has been active in supporting UNOOSA to provide capacity building services, such as technical advisory missions, as well as funding products on space sustainability, climate observation, and the registration of space objects. This includes funding upcoming UN capacity building sessions on how to use open source SST services in June. The United Kingdom encourages all states to support UNOOSA in their important role of building capacity for member states. Looking ahead, the United Kingdom is optimistic that COPUOS can achieve tangible results to harness the potential of outer space and mitigate the risks posed by a rapidly changing space environment. We have seen COPUOS deliver landmark achievements such as the long-term sustainability guidelines. In conclusion, through this conference in Lisbon, the upcoming Summit of the Future, and the important work of COPUOS, the United Kingdom believes that consensus can be found on how to tackle challenges and seize opportunities in outer space. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. The next on the list is the distinguished representative of Ghana, to be followed by Costa Rica.
I'm grateful to the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs and the Portuguese Space Agency for organizing this conference on management and sustainability of outer space activities here in Lisbon, the Portuguese capital, and for the invitation. Space-related activities have become important in our pursuit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063. General Assembly Resolution 76/3 of 2021, the Space 2030 Agenda establishes the important link between outer space and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The African Union Commission has also acknowledged the multitude of opportunities that space science and technology offer the African continent in realizing its social and commercial potentials. At the national level, Ghana has developed a national space policy to serve as a framework for utilizing space science and technology to drive national development. This policy outlines the country's commitment to international partnerships and collaborations in space missions, research, and technology development. This includes joint missions with other nations, sharing scientific data, and participating in international forums to discuss space-related issues. While acknowledging the crucial role of outer space in sustainable development, we must underscore the importance of abiding by the guiding principles of the Outer Space Treaty by ensuring the peaceful uses of outer space for the benefit of all. The exploration and use of outer space on the basis of equality, the non-appropriation of outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, and most important, recognizing that outer space belongs to all mankind and is not the domain of any country. Consequently, the Declaration on Outer Space must, of necessity, reflect how outer space could be an inclusive domain for all, including developing countries. We must also work to preserve outer space for peaceful uses and to avoid weaponization of space technologies and prevent an arms race in outer space. In this regard, Ghana recognizes the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and its two subcommittees as the only United Nations forum to discuss peaceful uses of outer space and matters that impact space-related development of all nations. We appreciate the work of Corpus in promoting international cooperation on the peaceful use of outer space through the elaboration of United Nations Treaty governing outer space activities. Ghana equally endorses the United Nations Secretary General's recommendations regarding sustainability of outer space, security of outer space, and inclusive approach to outer space governance as contained in our Common Agenda Policy Brief 7. We urge for adequate support to the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs in terms of resources and staff to sustain its work. In conclusion, Ghana looks forward to the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future, which will prove to be key initiatives for fostering greater cooperation and coordination in outer space exploration and utilization, including the role of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, and to capacity building efforts for the benefit of developing space nations. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ambassador from Ghana. I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Costa Rica, followed by Tajikistan. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Allow me to begin by thanking the government of Portugal and the Portuguese Space Agency on behalf of Costa Rica for the kindness of hosting this important conference with impeccable organization in this beautiful city. We also thank the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs team for contributing to the success of this event and for the leadership provided by Director Holamaini. We take this opportunity to support her vision of a robust UNOOSA under her leadership. In our view, this conference is already paving the way for further contributions to the discussion on the space sector at the United Nations Summit of the Future, as it successfully raised awareness of the challenges of sustainability of outer space activities. And we thank the organizers for that, and also for preparing the Lisbon Declaration, which we understand as a non-consensualized summary of the discussions which took place during the preparatory events, as it was clearly described. Dear colleagues, Costa Rica has a long-standing commitment to space governance spanning several decades. Costa Rica hosted the first space conference of the Americans in San Jose in March 1990, a landmark event for subsequent meetings in the region. In connection with this activity, the National Council for Aerospace Research and Development was established in 2010 to guide public policy on aerospace development. And a few years ago, the Costa Rican Space Agency was created. More recently, the government of Costa Rica, together with UNOOSA and the International Prize for Water Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz, organized a conference to promote the use of space technology in water management for the benefit of developing countries. The event took place last week in San Jose, Costa Rica, with the support of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, ICA. This effort was part of the Space for Water initiative and marked the 6th international conference focused on the applications of space technology for water. And we will be sharing the outcomes, including those related to sustainability of outer space activities during the next Scopus session in June. Nowadays, we are experiencing a policy momentum with a revised version of the Pact for the Future released just yesterday. Costa Rica has been an active participant in the process leading to the Summit of the Future since its origin in the UN 75 Declaration. The Secretary General's response to that document, the report titled Our Common Agenda, was very clear in indicating the importance of addressing outer space in this road towards the future. His emphasis on outer space as a global common, requiring global governance, resonated deeply with Costa Rica's commitment to multilateralism. The Secretary General proposed a multi-stakeholder dialogue on outer space, and we understand this as a call to ensure that all the global discussions on outer space ensure the widest participation of stakeholders. Distinguished colleagues, in our view, our Common Agenda Policy Brief 7 for All Humanity underscores the importance of addressing space-related challenges through global governance frameworks. Costa Rica has endorsed the proposal of developing global frameworks on space traffic management, space debris removal, and space resource exploitation. The purpose of these frameworks can be achieved collectively by requesting copies to develop a unified regime for space sustainability, or separately through developing new governance frameworks for various areas. Director Holamaini indicated we already have the technology, so it is up to us to take action. As we know, the High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism has also given us some food for thought. It was proposed an innovative idea for exchanging stakeholder participation in outer space dialogues through informal events similar to the ARIA formula. Given the expanding role of various actors in space activities, this proposal presents an interesting model and needs to be considered. Costa Rica, both as part of the group of Friends of UNOOSA in New York and nationally, has presented some language proposals. We have also considered advocated for a pact to the future that breaks silos, is action-oriented, and anticipates future needs. In particular, we urge the integration of space-related references across various sectors of the pact. Costa Rica reiterates its commitment to a pact of the future that addresses the multifaceted aspects of outer space. We hope for fruitful deliberation and a shared commitment to shaping a sustainable future in outer space, with international cooperation at its core. The pillars upon Costa Rica is building its space-related structure are rooted in the generation of fair and dignified opportunities for future generations, with a special interest in being the source of inspiration for women, girls, and youth seeking science as a place to fully develop their aspirations. Thanks to the accumulated experience from the recent space activities, Costa Rica has been able to clearly observe the direct relationship between the coherence of regulatory frameworks in the space domain and the private investment in this industry. In this regard, we have seen the benefits of offering consistency and predictability in areas such as licensing and authorization in the private sector. In this sense, the country is optimistic about strengthening public-private partnerships and highlighting the strengths of its aerospace clusters in terms of innovation and the development of space applications. Sustainability is full of opportunities. We have to make sure to promote the correct business models, public and private sectors hand in hand, and this, of course, with consideration of the developing countries, with consideration of the future generations and opportunities to women. If we want to define sustainability, this definition has to be one where access and the benefit of this access translate into an improvement in the quality of life for everyone and not for a few. It takes consideration for the environment, for human rights, and for generations to come. Obrigado.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of Costa Rica. The next will be the distinguished representative of Tajikistan, to be followed by South Africa.
Thank you very much, dear Presidium, dear colleagues. The functions of regulating issues related to exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes are assigned to the National Academy of Science of Tajikistan. So I represent here that part of academic community that has close interaction with this sector. We agree with proposals put forward in Policy Brief 7 of Secretary General to Member States and confirm the compliance of Tajikistan's intentions with our common interest in preserving outer space, which brings benefits for us all. We also recognize the need to make joint efforts to implement flexible and multilateral management of this sector. We recognize the vital importance of forward-looking strategy aimed at reaffirming and strengthening contribution of space activities and space technologies in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And in this regard, we especially highlight advantage of such a space-based opportunity as science. We are confident that effective management of space activities will allow humanity to study exact sciences at a completely new level and create conditions for new discoveries and achievements. This progress also has a gender component, as it will undoubtedly contribute to greater participation of women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematical field. It is these sectors that still face challenges to gender equality today. Existing space challenges presented in the brief, such as space traffic coordination, space debris, resource activities, conflict prevention in outer space, do exist that may in the near future cause a significant effect to peaceful human activities in space. We agree that the international community must recognize them and make efforts to overcome them or mitigation risks. In particular, Academy of Science of Tajikistan monitors selected space debris objects, and contribution of our academy to development of an international mechanism or body for monitoring space debris or facilitating its removal could be valuable. Another issue with resource activity relates to the economic potential that resources on celestial bodies such as the moon, planets, and asteroids may represent. Asteroids in our solar system are known to contain valuable metals, making them attractive investment destinations. In this regard, our academy can make a significant contributions thanks to its experience in studying origin and nature, including mineralogy of asteroids. Recommendations to member states offer two options, from which the second is more acceptable because it covers concrete steps to achieve goals of our common agenda, including such substantive issues as space debris removal and space resource development. We fully support recommendation to the committee or to the COPOS and that it establish an international mechanism to coordinate implementation of proposed regime or framework for managing sustainability of outer space. As for Lisbon Declaration on outer space, we carefully reviewed it and believe that all pressing issues regarding the study and use of outer space for peaceful purposes for sustainable development of mankind are fully and properly reflected in it. Besides, we recognize a principal role of UNOOSA and COPOS and its subcommittees to discuss current and emerging challenges to the safe and sustainable use of space and to reach consensus on the effective and practical international cooperation in the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. We believe that declaration is ready for adoption and approving. Thanks a lot for attention.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of Tajikistan. Before we continue, I would just like to point two things. If we don't have time during the morning session, we can continue the statements after lunch, because one very important aspect is that at 2:30 we need to be in the room, because we'll have the Undersecretary General Guy Ryder from UN coming live from New York to give a few words, and also the German mission in New York to present a status of the pact for the future and the summit of the future. So therefore, just to highlight that we can continue afterwards, but at 2:30 we need to be in the room to have Mr. Guy Ryder for his speech. So the next in the list is the distinguished representative of South Africa, to be followed by the United States of America.
Program directors and distinguished colleagues, on behalf of South African government, please allow me to first commend Portugal, the Portuguese Space Agency, and UNOOSA for hosting this important conference with enhanced focus on the management and sustainability of outer space activities. We currently face historically unprecedented global challenges, and many of the decisions we make today will not only have immediate consequences, but will also impact future generations. Space technology has the capacity to equip countries to better deal with these challenges, and it is therefore incumbent upon us to make good, effective, and sustainable decisions that neither we nor future generations will regret. The hosting of the UN Summit of the Future is therefore a timely initiative by the United Nations. Program directors, the deliberate destruction of space objects, regardless of the motive, and the resultant proliferation of space debris, particularly in the low Earth orbits, jeopardizes the long-term sustainability of outer space activities. An interdisciplinary and mutually supportive effort is essential to effectively manage and ensure the long-term sustainability of activities in outer space. South Africa strongly advocates voluntary responsible behavior premised on the understanding that outer space should remain an operationally stable and a safe environment that is maintained for peaceful purposes and open for exploration, utilization, and international cooperation by current and future generations in a manner that upholds treaties, international norms, and principles. Program directors and distinguished colleagues, South Africa has long maintained the view that activities pertaining to the management of long-term sustainability of outer space are cross-cutting and plays a crucial role in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. No single nation can, on its own, deal with the current challenges. And for this reason, fostering of closer cooperation and increased trust among nations is perhaps needed more now than ever before. South Africa welcomes the focus on youth as per the Lisbon Declaration, but we also wish to note the importance of creating opportunities for women and girls in the space sector and encouraging women and girls to pursue higher learning in the field of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and STEM. South Africa further supports capacity building in space law in the continent. Outer space is an area of human activity, a common heritage, as it were, in which the interest of all humankind supersedes the interests of individual countries and private actors. Space governance lays the foundation for a future where benefits of space exploration are equitably shared and the inherent risks are responsibly managed for the benefit of all humanity. South Africa therefore reaffirms the importance of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space corpus and its subcommittees as the appropriate forum for engagement on matters pertaining to safe and sustainable use of space, including the utilization and exploration, particularly those concerning space debris, space traffic coordination, and space resources. Ensuring the active involvement of the developing countries in space discussions is not just a matter of equity, but it also essential for realizing the full potential of space exploration and utilization. As a nation, we remain committed to being a responsible and a trustworthy user of outer space, and using outer space for the benefit and the interest of all humankind, premised on the belief that space activities should not undermine international space and security. I thank you.
Thank you to the distinguished delegate of South Africa. I would like to give the floor to the United States, followed by Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would first like to echo the chorus of thanks expressed by other delegations to both the Portuguese Space Agency and UNOOSA for arranging this event, both as a preparatory event in advance of the Summit of the Future, and more generally, as a means to convene government representatives, the commercial sector, academia, and non-governmental organizations to discuss some of the most pressing issues facing the sustainability of the outer space environment. As our activities and capabilities in space continue to advance, it naturally presents new opportunities as well as new challenges. Some of these challenges initially seem quite daunting, and many of yesterday's panelists highlighted a number of these concerns for space debris, space traffic management, and space resources. Fortunately, for all of us, we are not forced to face these challenges alone. We have a robust international community committed to finding a way forward, as evidenced by the large number of nations in this room today. We also have an effective and inclusive multilateral system within the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space to tackle these challenges together. We are pleased that the important work of the committee, which has been going on for decades, is being reaffirmed within the UN system through the inclusion of outer space issues in the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future. Not only does this present an opportunity to have substantive conversations on outer space issues between governments, but the stated multi-stakeholder intent of the summit and the pact allows the essential inclusion of new and emerging voices in these conversations from all space actors. Listening to and incorporating these perspectives recognizes that innovative solutions are not limited to just government actors, and we look forward to working with delegations and UNOOSA on exploring ways to incorporate these perspectives more fulsomely within UNCOPUOS as well. My delegation would also like to express its sincere appreciation for Portugal's active role in advocating for the importance of outer space, and particularly within the UN system, through the Lisbon Declaration. The Declaration highlights the common challenges we face and reaffirms the need to find an effective way to address these challenges as a cohesive international community. It is no secret that there are significant differences in many nations' approaches on how to do that, and the challenges laid out in the Declaration. But coming together in forums like this, where we can share our views and have the hard conversations, is the only way forward. I again thank Portugal and UNOOSA for their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of the United States of America. The next on the list is the distinguished representative of Rwanda, to be followed by Switzerland.
Thank you and good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of Government of Rwanda, allow me to appreciate the efforts and the work undertaken by United Nations Office for the Outer Space Affairs and the Portuguese Space Agency in organizing this conference. The space technology has significantly changed the modern life and hence contributed to the socio-economic development. It serves a variety of motives and is employed in various sectors. This made space technology a game changer, since without it, the current modern life would be unimaginable. The increasing participation in the use and exploration of outer space is a double-edged practice. On one hand, it enhances the technological development and innovation of which the whole mankind is beneficiary. But on the other hand, it requires an effective and responsible management, because contrary would be prejudicial to the human lives and the safety of Earth and outer space environment. As far as sustainable development goals are concerned, an action in one area affects outcomes in others, and hence the development must be balanced social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Space technology should be used to meet current needs without compromising the needs of future generations. In this regard, we should not only consider the positive impact of space technology, we should also recognize the needed management and sustainability of outer space activities so as the technology may achieve its purpose, especially the welfare of the mankind. It is therefore mandatory to prevent adverse effects that are likely to result from the lack of management or improper management of activities carried out in outer space. Rwanda appreciates the work done by UN Corpus regarding the agenda of sustainability of outer space, considering that the sustainability will be achieved through favorable policies and regulatory frameworks, international cooperation, capacity building, awareness, and scientific and technical research and development. Rwanda fully supports the agenda. As none should be indifferent to space security and safety, Rwanda recognizes the sustainability of outer space activities requires corrective efforts of all nations and strongly believes that it has taken it. Rwanda is developing the space policy which promotes the sustainability of space activities and address related issues, including space debris mitigation. Besides, Rwanda policy and legal regulatory frameworks recognize international standards and best practices. Rwanda, as a new actor and developing country, believes that it is important to not leave anyone behind this race, and it is of the view that the Declaration on Outer Space should emphasize on capacity building for developing countries for them to be able to benefit from the use of space technology, but in a required sustainable manner. Considering that the exploration and use of outer space are carried out for the interests of mankind, we should all join our efforts in finding solutions for the issues associated with the conduct and development of space technology. In this regard, Rwanda believes in international cooperation, and we assure you our contribution for that purpose. To conclude, Rwanda reiterates its commitments to international cooperation in matters pertaining to the sustainability of outer space activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished delegate of Rwanda. I would like to give the floor to the delegate from Switzerland, followed by Colombia. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the exploration and use of outer space shall be the province of all humankind, states the 1967 Outer Space Treaty. Space solutions provide unique support in many areas of sustainable development, while space exploration has become the realm of renewed ambitions. Today, more than ever, international collaboration and coordination have become essential for humanity to successfully address global challenges on Earth and in outer space. This is why Switzerland welcomes the report by the United Nations Secretary General entitled Our Common Agenda, including its space-related elements. The Summit of the Future and the action-oriented Pact for the Future should serve to create awareness and to trigger actions towards a more sustainable future. The case of space is detailed in two recent documents. Firstly, the Space 2030 Agenda, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 2019, which features the importance of reinforced space governance and of space tools for sustainable development on Earth. Secondly, the Policy Brief 7 on Outer Space Governance, published by the United Nations Secretariat a year ago, which highlights current and emerging challenges with respect to space debris, space traffic coordination, and space resources activities. Additionally, it also identifies the risk of military confrontation in outer space as a threat to the safe, peaceful, and sustainable uses of outer space. In this endeavor, all space actors have a stake, be they governmental, commercial, or from the civil society. We need their voice and the voice of young people within these discussions. Younger generations are our future. It is our responsibility to preserve outer space for them. This idea lies at the center of the guidelines on the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, which were adopted by the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, COPUOS, and endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly. COPUOS needs to continue playing its leading role in the global governance of outer space activities, with the continuous support of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOOSA. Other agencies and intergovernmental bodies of the United Nations also have to deliver under their respective mandates. As a conclusion, Switzerland expresses its gratitude to Portugal and to UNOOSA for facilitating this multi-stakeholder dialogue, as recommended in the report of the Secretary General, Our Common Agenda. Furthermore, we are thankful to the organizers for steering the preparation of an outcome document in collaboration with the regional groups at COPUOS. Switzerland supports the Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space. Thank you. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of Switzerland. Right now, we have 13 member states on the list to speak. If you all agree, we would give now the floor to the next ones, that would be Colombia, Iraq, and Luxembourg. We will break for lunch at 1, and we would continue after lunch. Would this be okay? Or is anyone that really would have to be given the speech or before lunch for organizational reasons? If not, thank you very much. And we will continue now with the distinguished representative of Colombia, to be followed by Iraq and Luxembourg. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the government of Colombia, I would like to start by thanking you, as well the organizing committee, for the preparation and organization of this conference. We thank you for your wise leadership and facilitation, and for the progress made on the different topics of the agenda of the Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities Conference. I also want to commend and thank the Portuguese government for hosting this important meeting. Colombia promotes the peaceful use of outer space and hopes that this issue can be discussed and progress can be presented at the next COPUOS meeting. Thus, Colombia is convinced that peace and conflict prevention must be promoted in the space environment. Given this situation, it is mandatory to talk about space debris, which is a worldwide problem, since its growth over time can be exponential, because this debris can generate more waste due to the probability of collision with satellites that are in operation. This puts at risk the monitoring for the prevention of natural disasters, the correct execution of telecommunications, and the integrity of man-led missions leaving our planet. In order to prevent space accidents, it is necessary for the states to create and register at the UN a roster of objects launched into outer space, including information regarding the end of their life cycle and their status before losing control of the space object. To achieve long-term spatial sustainability, it is essential and extremely necessary that all member states act jointly in the monitoring and subsequent elimination of this debris, since it is not enough for just a few to do so. For this reason, it must be recognized that this scenario will not be easily achieved without the creation of binding international standards that allow for the mitigation and elimination of possible accidents that could generate more waste. This framework must also include responsibilities towards the countries or private companies that create debris-generating satellites. Therefore, Colombia advocates for the implementation of instruments that allow for joint action in space traffic to reach governments' agreements in outer space. Colombia takes long-term space sustainability very seriously. Therefore, our country is willing to commit to copious treaties framework after its adhesion in 2014 to the Convention on the Registration of Objects Launched into Outer Space. Since that time, Colombia has created internal regulations for the registration of objects launched into outer space, which states that prior to the launching of any space object from Colombian territory or on behalf of the Colombian state, it must be registered in accordance with the aforementioned convention. Colombia emphasizes the need to adopt measures that ensure the long-term sustainability of activities in outer space. This includes addressing growing concerns about the increase in space debris and uncertainty regarding the exploitation of space resources. Ensuring the safety of operations in orbit, protecting the space environment, and preventing the threat of asteroids are high priorities for my country. As a testament of its commitment to the principles of international cooperation, Colombia has taken significant steps towards the strengthening of its space capabilities with the ongoing process of enacting the law to create a new national agency for digital security and space affairs. This bill reflects our commitment for sustainable development and for the responsible use of space for the benefit of all humanity, serving as national representative in the technical dialogue with international like-minded members. Likewise, Colombia is working in an interinstitutional dialogue that seeks the identification of the country's needs and requirements so that, based upon the capacities built, dialogues with international actors can be established and where governmental and industrial needs may be expressed. The aforementioned dialogue is aimed at benefiting space technology as well as the Colombian people through the management and construction of data infrastructures in market generation and in the identification of funding sources. Summarizing, it is of paramount importance for Colombia to strengthen global governance in order to achieve a sustainable spatial future in the long term. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of Colombia. The next on the list would be Iraq, to be followed by Luxembourg.
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. It was a pleasure speaking with you today. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Portuguese Space Agency for hosting this significant event, which underscores the collective responsibility of all nations toward the safety of space. So thank you, Mr. Ricardo. Everyone knows that Iraq is considered one of the oldest human civilizations, having invented the earliest form of writing, cuneiform script, in the 4th millennium before Common Era, and the first code of laws for humanity, the Code of Hammurabi. The Babylonian conducted detailed studies of the movement of Venus, Mars, as well as the Sun and the Moon. Their research was based on what is now recognized as the scientific method, incorporating observation, documentation, mathematical analysis, and detection. The Iraqi government is dedicated to advancing our space-related institutions and promoting the peaceful application of space technology, aligning our efforts with those of the global community. The Iraqi space program started in 1988, focused on developing the Al-Abid satellite launcher. Despite early setbacks with the two failed launches, the program achieved the development of the At-Ta'ir satellite before being halted due to conflict. Then Iraq returned to manufacturing of Kufasat and the launch of Tigris-Sat in 2014. Iraq is committed to a sustained space program that begins with the construction of a satellite tailored to the needs of our national institutions to be realized through collaboration with a globally renowned company. Furthermore, we aim to establish research centers and enhance navigation, monitor environmental and climate conditions, regulate traffic, perform geological surveys, and support overall development efforts. In this regard, we invite global cooperation in the exchange of knowledge and expertise and increase space culture among various segments of society, young people in particular, and teaching space and its application in universities. Finally, I express the keen eagerness of Iraq's relevant authorities in engaging in such conference. We aim to foster cooperation and peace in space as a hopeful counterbalance to our challenges in achieving it in Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last speaker that we would give the floor to is a distinguished delegate of Luxembourg. However, before we do that, Hugo and I would just like to reassure ourselves that we have a complete list of the delegations who have also raised their flags. So coming back after lunch, we have Spain, India, France, Nigeria, Egypt, Fiji, Austria, Pakistan, Russian Federation, and Panama. And Indonesia. Are we missing anyone? If we are missing anyone, please raise your flag. Kenya? Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So I would like to give the floor to a distinguished delegate of Luxembourg.
Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we would like to extend our thanks to the Portuguese Space Agency and the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs for giving us the opportunity to gather here in Lisbon. We followed the two preparatory virtual symposiums in November 23 and March 24, as well as the first day of this conference yesterday, with a lot of interest. The various panels allowed us to get useful input from international experts in industry, academia, NGOs, and member states on many important and urgent topics that need to be addressed at international level. The Luxembourg space sector has evolved considerably over the last decade to become a thriving and dynamic ecosystem. Our national space strategy has evolved in parallel and addresses the urgency of ensuring the sustainability of space activities, both on Earth and in space. In line with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the Luxembourg space strategy is structured around four main pillars: sustainability of activities on Earth, sustainability of activities in space, sustainable use of space resources, and last but not least, the sustainability of our space ecosystem itself, with a horizontal pillar addressing the viability of our companies and developing the talent and research infrastructure that is needed for the future. Luxembourg implements its strategy through targeted activities in close collaboration with our international partners, such as the European Space Agency. In terms of space helping to address sustainability of activities on Earth, we can give several examples. Our national infrastructure hosts the Luxembourg Space Agency Data Center, a high-performance data center that facilitates open access and sharing of Earth observation data. Our ecosystem is developing precise digital modeling of the Earth to monitor and predict events such as floods or forest fires caused by climate change. Luxembourg space companies develop solutions to optimize water consumptions for agriculture, green urban development, and greenhouse gas monitoring. Furthermore, Luxembourg continues to mobilize space applications for development cooperation and humanitarian action. For example, the emergency.lu platform makes it possible to restore means of communication through the provision of satellite services on behalf of the United Nations humanitarian agencies and for the benefit of populations affected by humanitarian or environmental emergencies. In addition, Luxembourg promotes the development of other innovative solutions using space assets to respond to humanitarian challenges, in particular through the Humanitarian Innovation Accelerator in collaboration with the World Food Programme. Distinguished participants, regarding the sustainability of activities in space, it is urgent to define and strengthen common rules and to find realistic solutions for the viability of space for future generations. Luxembourg is strongly committed to international dialogue in this respect. Luxembourg also supports the development of technologies that contribute to the monitoring of space debris and to debris removal and in-orbit servicing. Given the complexity of these activities, international cooperation is key. Luxembourg therefore engages internationally and participates in European programs such as ESA's Space Safety Programme. Our national space activity authorization regimes includes the implementation of space debris reduction measures in accordance with existing standards and guidelines, and we are currently working on a dedicated space policy in this domain, also considering the developments on a European and international level. Regarding the use of space resources, Luxembourg's objective is to ensure that these activities serve a peaceful purpose and are implemented in a sustainable manner compatible with international law. Luxembourg's vision is based on support for advanced research activities and technological capabilities, drawing on the country's existing expertise in the space sector and strong engagement on an international level. As part of the working group on the legal aspects of activities relating to space resources, and in parallel with the Luxembourg Space Resources Week, we were honored to host, jointly with Belgium, the expert meeting organized jointly with UNOOSA on March 26. Luxembourg, in line with most of the comments made by delegations, is convinced that international cooperation is essential to lay the foundations of a future framework for the use of space resources, and that discussions at the UN COPUOS are essential for developing this framework. At the same time, Luxembourg is open to other multilateral initiatives aimed at promoting the peaceful exploration and sustainable use of outer space and its resources. Finally, we are also committed to raising awareness and motivating future generations about space and its benefits to humanity. For example, as already done by our Portuguese colleagues, and with the help of their precious feedback, we organized a student competition where we replicated an astronaut selection procedure with 35 young people leading to a zero-gravity flight. These young astronauts for a day have been able to play the role of space ambassadors in their own communities, organizing events and talking to their peers about their experience and space in general. Distinguished participants, Luxembourg is strongly committed in offering concrete solutions and actions contributing to addressing sustainability on Earth and in space, and we therefore welcome the Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space. Again, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this very pleasant and fruitful conference and thank them for all their efforts in preparing it. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much to Luxembourg. We're now then closed for lunch. We will reconvene here at 2:25. So we're ready to welcome our online participants then from New York. So thank you very much, and we'll continue after lunch. Thank you.
Welcome all again. We return from lunch with a tight schedule. To lead us, we welcome back to the stage Aarti Ola Maini and Hugo André Costa. It's my last time here on stage. It was a pleasure spending these days with all of you and witnessing history in the making. Thank you for having me. Have a lovely and nice afternoon. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, it's a great pleasure to welcome you back. I hope you had a nice lunch. Before we continue with the exchange of views of member states, I would like to welcome the Under-Secretary General for Policy, Guy Ryder, who is kindly joining us from New York. Guy, thank you for joining us online. Welcome to this UN Portugal Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities Conference. I think Guy requires no further introduction. I would please give him the floor. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Artie. Good afternoon to everybody there in Lisbon. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you firstly to the Portuguese Space Agency and to UNOOSA for this invitation. I'm truly delighted to join you virtually from New York, where negotiations on the Pact for the Future are in full swing in the lead up to the Summit of the Future in September. And in this context, I particularly appreciate the opportunity to address this diverse group of representatives from government, industry and civil society. All of you are key actors on space issues, and you have an important stake in the Summit of the Future. And in that context, let me say that the Secretary General has placed great emphasis on the need for progress in the governance of space. That featured prominently in his Our Common Agenda report and in his policy brief last year, which contained very specific recommendations in this regard. And I think that the reason for this is apparent to everybody there in the room, and it's apparent too here in New York. The domain of outer space, especially low Earth orbit, is rapidly changing. Where we had relative stability for many decades in the number of objects and actors in orbit, we have seen exponential growth in the last decade, and this will certainly continue in the decade and decades to come. And this means both increased opportunities, but also more risks in space. The opportunities are too numerous to list comprehensively. Space is essential for advancing all of the Sustainable Development Goals. We need space for internet connectivity, for climate science, agriculture, and early warning of disasters, just to cite a few examples. But risks are also numerous, and they are increasing, from accidental collision to debris impacts and the potential for confusion in the harnessing of space resources. So in this context, it is our collective responsibility, as it was for the generations before us, to ensure that our governance structures keep pace with technology and that we provide a safe and a sustainable future for those generations that will follow us. It was Seneca that said that good luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. And we are fortunate to be in that exact position today. Corpus experts in Vienna, the recognized center of global space governance, have been preparing new governance frameworks and policies for close to a decade. And their work on the long-term sustainability guidelines provides excellent foundations. In 2023, supported by the indispensable work of UNOOSA, the legal subcommittee of Corpus debated urgent issues of space traffic management, celestial resources, and frameworks for sustainable lunar activity. And this Corpus work, combined with national and with regional initiatives, has ensured that the space community is well prepared. You know the issues, you know the actors, and you know also the decisions that need to be taken. And now we have our unique opportunity. The Summit of the Future, taking place in New York in September, will bring together the international community at head of state level. And they will adopt a pact for the future, and they will commit to a renewed, effective, inclusive, and network multilateralism fit for the 21st century. And prominent in that pact for the future must be a section on outer space sustainability. The outcomes of this Lisbon conference and of your COPUOS meeting next month will impact the ambition of the pact and impact it importantly. And I want to take this opportunity to encourage an ambitious outcome there in Lisbon and then a breakthrough in Vienna. We could even go so far as to envisage something that we have seen in the past and whose time may have come round again, a UN Space Summit, next year or in 2026. Building on the momentum of the Summit of the Future, a UN Space Summit could bring all actors together and allow member states to agree on a global framework that ensures the safety and the sustainability of space for generations to come. Colleagues, we find ourselves in a uniquely fortunate position where preparation has indeed met opportunity. But the corollary is that if we fail to seize the moment, we invite instability and breakdown. And if we continue on the present path without agreement or international capacity on space traffic management, without agreement on space debris or space resources, then we put this incredible opportunity at risk. Our predecessors were able to make progress on space governance even in very adverse circumstances. They listened to the experts, they held conferences like the one there in Lisbon, and they found cooperative ways forward. And if they did it, then so must we. So thank you once again to the government of Portugal for their leadership and unwavering dedication in this vital endeavour. And thanks also for this chance to make history together. I want to wish you good luck as you reach the end of your important conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Undersecretary General Guy Ryder. It's a pleasure to meet you again, this time online. And as you heard during the speech about also the mention the Summit of the Future, and for the Summit of the Future, we have the facilitators. They are designed to work in several areas of activities. They are responsible for ensuring that all parties express their viewpoints and concerns and for guiding the building of a mutually acceptable outcome, helping to overcome obstacles arising in the negotiation process. Today, and on behalf of Her Excellency Ms. Anja Lindetters, I'm sorry for mispronunciation, the permanent representative of Germany to the United Nations in New York, we welcome Jutta Boasek. So thank you very much and welcome Jutta to be joining us today.
Lindetters is quite a difficult name. Okay, so thank you for providing me with the opportunity to brief on the state of play of the Summit of the Future process. As you might remember, we started negotiating the pact back in January using a zero draft that summarized points of convergence from previous consultations. During our various consultations and readings, we received a very large number of valuable contributions from member states and civil society. This indicates that the summit has the power to mobilize governments and civil society to engage seriously and substantially on the future of multilateralism. It also shows that the broader public, people outside the UN building, across the whole world, share the aspirations for an ambitious pact of the future and that speaks to the issues that affect or will affect their everyday lives. As co-facilitators, we got a strong mandate to present a text that is action-oriented, ambitious, and addresses a collective understanding of the key principles and methodology of the way forward. We considered it our task to produce a political document that is appropriate for the consideration of heads of state and government and not a technical resolution. A document that exhibits a high level of ambition and features actionable deliverables, and a document with a clear language that can be understood by the people who are asking themselves what the UN is doing to prepare for a better future. This next text, the so-called RAP 1, was circulated yesterday in the evening. The presentation at ambassadorial level will be held today at 3 in the afternoon here in New York. This presentation will be webcast on UN Web TV, in keeping with our aim to ensure an open and transparent process. After the presentation of the text, we will give groups time to coordinate. We will start the third reading on May 28th with general comments by the ambassadors. On May 30th, we plan another hybrid town hall to allow for civil society to present their results to member states and exchange on RAP 1. Negotiations on different chapters are planned 2 to 3 times per week in June and July. So there is still an opportunity to agree on ambitious language for outer space governance in the upcoming COP-US meeting in June. As Guy Ryder asked you, that this opportunity and this time will be there. We encourage you to coordinate your submission with regional or thematic groups of multiple member state delegations. The final step is the Summit of the Future on 22nd and 23rd September. The pact should be a stepping stone to our common pursuit for a more peaceful, just, and equitable world, and fulfilling the promises we made in the UN 75 declaration that started this process. The pact also provides a unique opportunity for progress around emerging frontier technologies like artificial intelligence, cyberspace, and outer space. And these are the topics people outside the UN bubble are most concerned about when asked about their future. As you might have already seen, language on the governments of outer space is set out in Chapter 5, Action 52, on the last page of the document. It recognizes outer space as a common heritage of mankind, which is dramatically changing. The growth of the number of objects in outer space, the increasing role of the private sector, the return of humans to deep space, the expanding reliance on outer space systems demands that we urgently establish inclusive, equitable global governance that is fit for purpose today and in the future. Therefore, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space should launch a process to develop a unified regime for space sustainabilities in the areas of space traffic management, space debris removal, and space resource activities, including coordination on missions and exchange of data and findings from explanations of use of the moon and celestial bodies. The engagement of relevant private sector, civil society, and other stakeholders should be strengthened as well. Once again, on behalf of the co-facilitators, I express our sincere gratitude for entrusting us with your confidence and support. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ute, for joining us and for sharing the perspectives with us. Thank you also to Guy. We are going to turn back to the exchange of views that were being expressed by member states before lunch, but I hope that the interventions from New York have given you a sense of how much importance New York also attaches to the topic of space and the respect that they have for the primacy of COPUOS and the member states for evolving the dialogue on this. So let us take inspiration from that, and now we turn our attention back to the exchange of views, and I would like to give the floor to the respected delegate from Spain.
Thank you very much, Director, for giving me the floor. My delegation thanks the effort of Portugal governments and UNOOSA for the organization of this conference on such an important matter. We welcome the Lisbon Declaration as a way forward to the governance of outer space and renewed multilateralism. Spain defends the validity and application of international law, including international space law. Spain is a party of the first 4 United Nations treaties regulating the use and exploration of outer space. We continue to advocate their universalization and full application in a context of broad and inclusive dialogue within the framework of COPUOS and its 2 subcommittees, the only multilateral forums under the auspices of the United Nations in which all legal, scientific, and technical aspects related to the peaceful exploration and use of outer space can be dealt with in a cross-cutting manner. Director, ambassadors, dear colleagues, the Spanish Space Agency is working on the organization of competencies and establishment of a national space policy to guide both the public and private sectors. The objective is to facilitate the optimal return of investment, foster greater public and private collaboration spaces, and increase the institutional relevance of space. We aim at enhancing the space industry sector in a clear, sustainable, and current manner in full collaboration with the European Space Agency and the European Union in areas such as science and exploration, safety, Earth observation, secure communications, and geolocalization. We reiterate our commitment to international cooperation as a necessary approach to the shared challenges in outer space, such as specific traffic management and space debris mitigation. Spain agrees that the 2024 Future Summit represents an opportunity to strengthen Spain's governance in the interest of maintaining a sustainable outer space for the benefit of present and future generations. Finally, I would like to recall that Spain has a concrete commitment to the protection of dark and quiet skies for science and society. Spain has been working very closely with UNOOSA and with many other delegations to open and constructive and inclusive expert debate on the need to mitigate the harmful effects that human action can cause in the observation of the sky, and that is fully compatible with the growing development of space services. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the representative of Spain. The next on the list is the distinguished representative of India, to be followed by France.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, we would like to congratulate the host, the Portugal Space Agency, and UNOOSA for this initiative to conduct the Conference on Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities. The outer space should be utilized for peaceful purposes and its preservation for the benefit of humankind, which should be the top priority of all spacefaring nations. Activities in space have consequences which are essentially global in nature. Therefore, space activities need to be conducted in accordance with international laws, regulations, and norms to guarantee the long-term sustainability and peaceful use of outer space. Space technology could help the implementation of sustainable management of natural resources, including forest, halt deforestation, restore degraded forest, and increase afforestation, and hence play an important role in mitigating the unsustainable exploitation and degradation of land and other natural resources. Space 2030 Agenda aims at enhancing the use of space science and technology towards implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Space technology can help in monitoring the effects of climate change, improve natural resource management, and help in preventing threats to biodiversity. Space-based information has great relevance for developing sustainable food production systems and implementing resilient agricultural practices that increase productivity, maintain ecosystems, strengthen capacity for adaptation to climate change, extreme weather, drought, flooding, and other disasters. With an ever-widening scope of space-based activities, the present era is witnessing an unprecedented growth in the number of objects in outer space, including space debris. The growing congestion in near-Earth space seriously endangers the vital operating space assets and requires proactive measures to tackle the threats posed by space debris. As the number of space objects continues to grow, it is crucial to regularly track and monitor activities in space to mitigate the associated risks and threats. New measures need to be formulated to tackle the unprecedented challenges that arise due to the rapid transformative changes with the ever-widening scope of space-based activities. In this regard, international cooperation in developing space situational awareness capabilities and international mechanism for space traffic management is essential to ensure safe and sustainable space operations. Given the rise in the number of private entities in the space sector globally, there is a need to promote raising awareness among the new space actors on the vulnerability and the risks of operating in space and ways and measures to mitigate such risks through the adoption and implementation of the Space Debris Mitigation Guidelines and LTS guidelines. Transparency and confidence-building measures play a crucial role in ensuring peaceful uses of outer space, enhancing cooperation and collaboration with other spacefaring nations for the exchange of data, knowledge, best practices, and experience are found to yield substantial benefits in ensuring safe and sustainable space operations. In the long run, supplementing voluntary and non-legally binding measures with suitable legally binding measures is also needed. With steadily growing dependence on space-based applications, the current space situation calls for all the member states to collectively address the concerns of space debris to ensure the sustainability of outer space activities for the continued utilization and exploration by our future generations. The outcome of the working group on LTS will be crucial in maintaining the central role of COPUOS in promoting peaceful and sustainable use of outer space. The working group, having studied the implementation of LTS guidelines and challenges to space sustainability, should bring out additional guidelines and revisions to the existing guidelines as necessary, addressing the needs of the current and expected outer space scenario. As need for exploitation and utilization of space resources appears inevitable and technological advancements make it more and more feasible, there is an urgent need to put that in place, an appropriate regulatory framework for space resources. The legal subcommittee of COPUOS is the appropriate forum for this exercise. It is encouraging to see the steady progress being made by the working group on legal aspects of space resource utilization activities. With this, I end my intervention. Thank you.
Sincere thanks, respected Delegate of India. I would like to give the floor to France, and after France, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, UNOOSA Director, colleagues and participants. First and foremost, let me thank Hugo, Carolina, and all the team from the Portugal Space Agency, as well as UNOOSA, for the organization of this really important conference in the beautiful city of Lisbon. Management and sustainability of outer space activities have always been a priority for France. In that regard, since 2008, France has set up a national law for space activities that allows to regulate space activities. This law establishes a system of authorization and ongoing monitoring of space activities developed by French operators or from French territory in compliance with international regulations. In view of the growing number of space activities and their rapid evolution, France has decided to initiate a process of revision of this legislation in 2019. The ultimate aim of this update is to provide an appropriate framework for all new space activities and systems, so as to guarantee ever more effectively the safety of people and property, the protection of public health, the environment, and not to compromise the interest of national defense or France's compliance with its international commitments. In 2023, provisions relating to constellation and the return of launcher components have been incorporated into the French Space Operation Act. In 2024, the regulatory text will be revised to implement these legislative changes, but also to provide a framework for innovative operations such as in-orbit services. France also supports regional approach. We can help implement a legally binding framework on space sustainability, such as the EU space law. France will continue to keep the international community informed of developments in its legislation and regulation. France has been involved for several years in UNOOSA Space Law for New Space Actors program with Kenya, Costa Rica, and the member states of the Asia-Pacific Space Cooperation Organizations. Once again, this year, France continues its investment and involvement in this project. A technical assistance mission founded by France is indeed currently underway in Malaysia in order to support the development of its legislative and regulatory framework for space activities. This allows me to recall in here the central role of UNOOSA and the COPIOS as the main international forum for discussing space-related political topics, and sustainability of space activities is, of course, one of them. The COPIOS has shown its capability to allow the international community to discuss together and achieve progress with regard to space sustainability, such as the long-term sustainability guidelines. France has acted to encourage all spacefaring nations, both established and emerging, to adopt and implement the guidelines endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly in 2019. The sharing of experiences on the implementation of the 21 guidelines is particularly important and constitutes one of the added value of this working group. It must continue. The most advanced spacefaring nations must lend their full support and experience to other spacefaring nations in this undertaking, in a spirit of cooperation that gives substance to the principle of the 1967 Space Treaty of free use of space for all. France is playing its full part in this. France, through CNES, is also fully contributing to the sustainability of space activity by providing a public collision risk analysis service open to operators worldwide since January 1st, 2023, as part of the Space Surveillance Partnership formed by 15 European Union member states, EUSSG, and you had the presentation yesterday on it. This public collision avoidance service helped to reinforce space safety by avoiding collisions that would generate thousands or even millions of pieces of debris, penalizing space activity in the long term. France also supports greater involvement in innovation by the commercial sector, focusing on value-added technology and services to reduce the risk of collision. In conclusion, France recommends that work should continue on space sustainability at UN level, which is the relevant forum for this topic, especially with the Summit of the Future ahead. In that regard, France is supporting the Lisbon Declaration that we have built common space input for the Pact of the Future from multi-stakeholder participation under the umbrella of the COPIOS member state. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of France. The next on the list is the distinguished representative of Nigeria, to be followed by Egypt.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegate, I would like to use this opportunity to commend the United Nations Office of Outer Space and the Portuguese Space Agency for organizing and hosting this very important conference. This conference provided the opportunity for interaction among stakeholders involved in the management of outer space activities and helped to collect information from the youth, civil society, academics, and industries towards contributing to the Summit of the Future. We recognize the imperative of sustainable development and the systematic approach towards the development and exploitation of all Earth resources for the betterment of society. We also share the view that the future of our world is invariably dependent on securing the future of outer space. Space science and technology application has no doubt enhanced man's ability to study and understand our environment, by which we continue to explore and develop viable means to mitigate the negative consequences of natural elements and other developing trends towards major events. We would like to reiterate that Nigeria's venture into space is not a mere adventure or coincidence, but in pursuit of new strategies and solutions to numerous problems targeted at enhancing the quality of life of our citizenry. Such ventures include the way we manage our resources and environment, as well as our social lives. This venture is indeed a deliberate and strategic approach to tackle the numerous social economic problems facing the country. The teeming population of Nigeria have continued to enjoy the patronage of space-dependent technologies, which has helped to improve the quality of the life of its citizenry, most of whom reside in the rural area. Thus, the need to have a sustainable and peaceful use of outer space cannot be overemphasized. We also note that the only way to achieve sustainability in the use of outer space is only by working together. Thus, the present drive by United Nations and member states to seek and together enforce sustainable means of conducting space activities remain crucial to the continued realization of the benefits and the sustainability of outer space. In conclusion, we believe that the Lisbon Manifesto is one step in the right direction towards seeking agreement amongst member states on how space exploration and exploration be implemented with a view to achieving sustainability and used only for peaceful purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of Nigeria. I would now like to pass the floor to Sheriff Sedki, CEO of the Egyptian Space Agency. Please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished co-presidents, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to congratulate the government of Portugal and the United Nations Office for Outer Space on convening this timely and important conference, which can represent an important milestone in our preparation for the United Nations Summit of the Future in September 2024. And to contribute to our joint efforts to explore ways to enhance the sustainability and management of outer space activities. It gives me a great pleasure to participate in this event and to reiterate Egypt's views and positions on the main principles that should guide our joint efforts in this regard. Outer space is a common heritage of humankind and a common asset that belongs to humanity as a whole. Therefore, all outer space activities have to be coordinated under the auspices of the UN in order to be inclusive, universal, and consensual. The UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, with its two subcommittees, is the only inclusive, specialized, multilateral forum under the auspices of the UN General Assembly that has a clear mandate to comprehensively address all matters related to the peaceful use of outer space. Secondly, universal and equitable access to outer space shall be ensured for all states without discrimination. The established principles of non-appropriation of outer space must be honored and maintained. Outer space cannot be claimed by sovereignty or by means of use and occupation. We reiterate that any regulation of outer space should aim at empowering the outer space environment for the use of all states and should not in any way limit the full utilization of outer space activities and applications by any other state. Any future document related to the sustainable use of outer space should place a special emphasis on capacity building activities to bridge the huge divide between developed and developing countries in this domain and address the growing need to secure sufficient resources to this end. Egypt, as an emerging spacefaring nation, urges the international community to take tangible steps towards making the needed technical assistance available and accessible to developing countries. In this regard, Egypt underscores the continued relevance of the Space 2030 agenda and its implementation plan. The security and sustainability of outer space is strongly contingent on the prevention of an arms race in outer space and the conclusion of a comprehensive and effective, legally binding instrument on the prohibition of the placement of any type of weapons and the threat or use of force against outer space objects. We urge the international community and all stakeholders to step up their efforts in this regard. Outer space must remain free from any military conflicts. Distinguished co-presidents, we are of the view that insightful discussions that we had during this conference can provide an impetus to our ongoing joint efforts to reach a meaningful outcome at the Summit of the Future in a way that would contribute to enhancing the long-term sustainability of outer space. We look forward to the continuation of these efforts at the upcoming UN COPUS meeting in June 2024. In this context, Egypt welcomes the report of the Secretary General, A/77/80, on further practical measures on prevention of an arms race and the Secretary General's Policy Brief number 7, entitled For All Humanity, the Future of Outer Space Governance, in which he recommends that member states develop, through the relevant disarmament bodies of the United Nations and with the widest possible acceptance, international norms, rules, and principles to address threats that space system and to space system, and on that basis launch negotiations on a treaty to ensure peace, security, and the prevention of an arms race in outer space. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of Egypt. The next on my list is distinguished representative of Fiji, to be followed by Pakistan.
Thank you, co-chairs. Fiji would like to join others in taking this opportunity to thank the government of Portugal, the Portuguese Space Agency, and the UN Office for Outer Space for the opportunity to be part of this important multi-stakeholder conversation and knowledge sharing on the management and sustainability of outer space activities. Let me thank all the panelists and moderators for the rich, thought-provoking, and informative discussions we had yesterday. As a small island state, we fully understand the importance of the outer space sector to everyday life, with the importance of being part of the conversation of being an inclusive approach to outer space governance as outlined in the UNSG policy brief. We welcome the Lisbon Declaration and the call for the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and its subcommittee to retain their principal role. This is important in growing the body of knowledge on space activities and sharing this knowledge, especially in keeping delegations informed on developments in science, policy, and legislation. On multi-stakeholder cooperation, this conference has demonstrated the importance of having meaningful multi-stakeholder participation and the need to have a dedicated platform to be the conduit for creating awareness around norms, rules, and principles. If we are to be proactive about the future development in outer space, then we should consider having such a forum to bridge the work of science, scientists, and technology, the industry, with policymakers to ensure that discussions are grounded in the latest available scientific information and technology advancements when setting guidance on norms, rules, and principles for any global framework. Having such a platform with a mandate derived from the Summit of the Future is also important in preparing for any proposed global framework and forward-looking towards the successor framework of the SDG, given that space activity can be a cross-cutting issue for our global development goals. We look forward to the continued discussions, and we look forward to lending our voice in furthering our collective stand on the peaceful and sustainable use of outer space discussions at the upcoming Summit of the Future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished delegate of Fiji. Pleasure to hear you. May I please invite Pakistan to take the floor, following which we will invite the Russian Federation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director. At the outset, I would like to thank UNOOSA and the Portuguese Space Agency for all the preparations in hosting this event. It has been a valuable opportunity to hear perspectives on space traffic management, space debris, and space resources as we deliberate on the management and sustainability of outer space activities. Space is indeed a finite and fragile resource which must be treated as a global commons. And like any other natural resource, it needs to be preserved and protected in a manner so as to ensure equity and access in its uses for all nations. In this regard, we continue to support all efforts to strengthen multilateralism in the domain of outer space. In recent years, we have witnessed a number of important milestones in this regard. While the Space 2030 agenda provided a framework to use space as a driver for sustainable development, the UN Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, highlighted the importance of peaceful, secure, and sustainable use of outer space as being vital for understanding and solving global problems, such as the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and climate action. Further, the Secretary General's policy brief on outer space further builds on these aspects, and the Summit of the Future provides a critical opportunity for member states to further understand and address the emerging challenges to outer space sustainability and to work towards strengthening global governance of outer space. This conference has also provided an opportunity to continue discussions on these topics relevant to the space sector, especially with a view towards the upcoming UN Summit of the Future. It has raised awareness of the challenges of sustainability of outer space activities. For this, we thank once again the organizers for the efforts and for preparing the Lisbon Declaration, which we understand as a non-consensualized summary of the discussions which took place during the preparatory events. We believe that the potential of space as a driver for sustainable development cannot be realized until the issue of space divide, which not only persists but continues to widen, is effectively addressed. Developing countries continue to face considerable technical and financial hurdles that prevent them from fully benefiting from space technologies. For Pakistan, robust international cooperation for capacity building, technical assistance, and technology transfer are of vital importance to ensure that developing nations can meaningfully enjoy their rights in the exploration, access, and use of outer space for sustainable development. It is crucial that developing countries are not left behind or are unfairly treated in space exploration efforts and outer space activities. Chair, space traffic management and space debris mitigation are of vital importance for long-term sustainability of outer space activities. With the recent launch of the IQQ satellite, Pakistan continues its active participation in space activities that necessitate effective management of space traffic to avoid collisions and ensure the safety of its assets. That said, as the number of objects being launched into orbit are increasing by the day, these issues must be treated as a priority with a view to mitigate the creation of space debris and prevent collisions. In this regard, we reiterate the need for developing countries to have access to technologies, equipment, and methodologies for the measurement, monitoring, and characterization of space debris and other space objects, and call for increased cooperation in addressing the issue of space debris. Moreover, with the ongoing technological advancements, exploration, exploitation, utilization of space resources is becoming a distinct possibility. However, the fundamental principles enshrined in the 1967 Outer Space Treaty continue to provide us with the basic legal framework. These include non-appropriation, peaceful uses, protection of the space environment, and the utilization of space in the interest of all countries, especially developing countries. The development of applicable relevant norms and rules in this area must conform to these principles and should take place through a multilateral approach from the UN platform. It should also be fully responsive to the special needs of developing countries and emerging space nations. Pakistan, therefore, welcomes the work of the working group on the potential legal models for activities and exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources. We are looking forward to engage in the upcoming discussions at the relevant forums and are of the view that the normative and legal framework governing exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources must be consistent with existing international space law, that is the 5 UN space treaties, particularly the Outer Space Treaty, and fully respect the principles of non-appropriation and equitable access. We believe that while voluntary norms to regulate behavior in space are useful, they cannot be a substitute for legally binding instruments. The international legal regime governing and regulating space activities needs to evolve in order to ensure the rule of law in outer space, safety, security, and sustainability of space operations, as well as equitable access to space for all states without any discrimination. In conclusion, Pakistan believes that COPUS remains the relevant forum for enhancement of cooperation on the peaceful uses of outer space and to take these discussions forward there. The only way we can ensure that outer space remains sustainable and can continue to deliver benefits to the whole of humankind is by working together through enhanced cooperation and collaboration. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of Pakistan. The next in the list is the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, to be followed by Panama. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Costa. Madam Director Hola Mani, thank you for giving me the floor. I would like also to extend our gratitude to the government of Portugal, to the space agency of this country, and able team for making this event happen with support of the UNOOSA colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to allow us to exchange views and discuss issues related to the space traffic management, space debris, and space resources to address challenges and identify opportunities and options for us which we have for development. We see at this conference as an event on the way to the Summit of the Future, which will be convened later this year in September. In this regard, we are pleased to see in the final document of this conference, which Mr. Costa referred to, that the principal role in addressing the entire range of issues related to the peaceful cooperation in outer space belong to the UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space with support to the UN Office on Outer Space Affairs. We believe that given the dynamically expanding areas of outer space activities, the UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space should continue developing new international regulatory legal frameworks. In this regard, the initiative of the UN Secretary General, as reflected in his Policy Brief 7, to create a unified regime for outer space sustainability should be implemented in line with the CUPA's mandate. Also, in this regard, I'm looking at the text of the declaration, the first para, the end of it, where we can see the proposal of development of voluntary, non-legally binding principles and guidelines. Hopefully, this will be done in line with the international law, not in replacement of it, as basically was said yesterday during one of the statements of a participant. Distinguished colleagues, bearing in mind the priority of saving the outer space for peaceful purposes, it's important to launch as soon as possible negotiations at the Conference on Disarmament to develop a legally binding treaty to prevent an arms race in outer space, which represent a clear and present challenge to the sustainability of outer space activities. And the basis for this initiative is already there in place. It's a Russian-Chinese draft treaty on prevention of the placement of weapons in outer space, the threat of use of force against outer space objects. The most important is to fully abide by the decisions of the UN General Assembly on the division of labor between the UN organizations and negotiation platform. The issues of peaceful cooperation in outer space should be discussed at the UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space in Vienna, and the issues preventing an arms race in outer space at the Conference on Disarmament in Geneva, within the framework of the UN disarmament mechanism. Distinguished colleagues, conference and transparency building measures, including those based on the soft law, should contribute to the long-term sustainability and security of outer space activities. However, they should serve all the nations, not the unilateral objectives. In light with the emerging and dangerous trend of the use of civilian space systems in armed conflict and to interfere in the internal affairs of state, it is necessary to confirm a common understanding that such action undermine socio-economic development on the Earth, hamper the implementation of sustainable development goals, and in general pose threats to the space-based future of our humanity. We need to continue joining efforts, and we'll be doing this in cooperation with our partners to tackle these threats. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests from Russian Federation. It's my pleasure to now give the floor to Ambassador Fassetti from... Is it Paraguay? Forgive me. It's my pleasure to give the floor to a distinguished delegate of Panama.
Thank you for giving me the floor. We want to echo the sentiment of other delegations and express our heartfelt gratitude to UNOOSA, the Portuguese government, and the Portugal Space Agency. Your commendable efforts in delving into the crucial matter of management and sustainability of outer space activities have not gone unnoticed. We also thank all the panelists who have enriched this conference with their invaluable background, experience, knowledge, and input. Through our collective efforts, we can truly make a difference in the management and sustainability of our space activities. There is no doubt that the effective management and sustainability of outer space activities are crucial to ensuring that space remains a safe and accessible environment for diverse stakeholders, including but not limited to governments, private sectors, researchers, and civil society. Rapidly expanding space activities, including commercial activities marked by significant rises of satellite launches, space traffic, and ambitious initiatives like in situ resource utilization, present distinctive challenges such as space debris management, space traffic coordination, sustainable exploitation of space resources, and sharing benefits such as technological, scientific, financial, data sharing, among others. These challenges necessitate the establishment of a comprehensive global governance mechanism that includes broad-based participation from all segments of the space community at the international and national levels. We must do more than rely on individual efforts to secure a sustainable future for outer space activities. We must actively encourage and foster international cooperation and dialogue. This is not just a suggestion, but a necessity. Supported by a robust international legal space framework aligned with existing United Nations treaties, mainly the Outer Space Treaty, we can fill the existing gaps and ensure secure, responsible, and equitable access to outer space for all humanity. Our challenges are significant, but we can overcome them by working together and reaping the collective benefits of using and exploring outer space. As space activities continue to expand, it is crucial that we as a global community forge a unified consensus on critical concerns such as space traffic management, debris mitigation, and resource utilization. Our role in this process is not just important, it's vital. It ensures space preservation for future generations and broadens the benefit derived from outer space activities for all nations, impacting all aspects of a global society. We appreciate and welcome any initiative like the Lisbon Declaration, but as a non-consensual and non-binding document that might provide inputs to the Pact for the Future, particularly advocating for a more robust international space law framework and space governance for the benefit of all humankind. Nevertheless, we recognize that COPUOS remains the only official UN platform for discussing outer space matters. Thanks again to UNOOSA, the Portuguese government, and the Portugal Space Agency for inviting us to participate in this significant event.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of Panama. Right now in our list, we have the following speakers going to be Indonesia, then Kenya, and then Austria. I don't know if we are missing any member state in the room that would like to take the floor, but if not, this will be the last three statements before we end this session of the program. And therefore, I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia.
Co-chairs, Mr. Hugo Costa and Director Arti Hulamaini of UNOOSA, ambassadors, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The government of the Republic of Indonesia would like to join others in extending our appreciation to UNOOSA and the government of Portugal, especially the Portuguese Space Agency, for hosting and inviting us to attend this Lisbon conference. The conference shows Let me repeat what the director of UNOOSA just said this morning. Portugal is the leader among leaders on the issue of outer space. Allow me to express my delegation's view that this Lisbon conference is important as a multilateral track diplomacy to facilitate the adoption of FAC of the future in the upcoming Summit of the Future. We are of the view that this meeting is in line with the preamble of Outer Space Treaty 1967, stipulating about the importance of cooperation to contribute to develop mutual understanding and strengthen friendly relations between states and peoples on the issue of outer space. Co-chairs, as Mr. Niklas Heldman yesterday said, the meeting is well organized. We had great lunches. The food and beverages during the breaks are also amazing. We are touched and amazed by the professionality of the committee members and the hospitality of the people of beautiful Lisbon. I have been attending this meeting since yesterday, and I am pleased to see and listen to the presentation and opinions of many experts in the field of outer space. We have listened to inputs provided by industry, civil society, academia, and other non-state actors, a well-balanced perspectives from many stakeholders, I believe, have been presented. This meeting is an eye-opener which could provide and equip with added value data and information, which sometimes we could not get in a very formal meeting such as COPO's meeting in Vienna, which somehow are often filled with very thick political nuance. Very often, a less informal meeting outside Vienna, as what we are having now, is valuable to facilitate our negotiations. Allow me also to observe that the Lisbon Conference has proven that there should be an integrated linkage work between the Science and Technical Subcommittee STSC and Legal Subcommittee or LSC of COPOS. Ladies and gentlemen, my delegation welcomes the discussion on the issue of management and sustainable space activities. The title of our meeting reflects a very wide range of outer space issues. We heard at least 3 issues mentioned and discussed, such as space traffic management, space debris, and the issue of exploration, exploitation, and the utilization of outer space. In addition, we also heard yesterday other panelists mentioned about sustainability guidelines, dark and quiet sky protection. Even if I'm not mistaken, I heard distinguished delegation of Spain mention also about this dark and quiet sky protection. We also heard about capacity building and sharing information, also the role of civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, my delegation is of the view that Lisbon Conference could be a push power for supporting the adoption of PAC of the future. We acknowledge the challenges in negotiating the draft text of PAC of the future in UN, New York. Outer space is not the only issue that is hotly debated. There are many other issues which are still pending. We have to admit that discussion on the issue of outer space will probably be influenced by discussion of other issues. Ideally, each issue is, of course, should be treated individually according to its own merits. However, as negotiators, we also understand that politics and strategies of negotiation will always be there, but we still should be optimistic. Regardless of the debate on how wide the scope of outer space will be enshrined in the PAC of the future, either peaceful uses of outer space and or disarmament of outer space, we believe that outer space should be highlighted and be part and parcel of the final text of PAC of the future. My government opens to have low-hanging fruits of outer space issues enshrined in the PAC of the future. My delegation supports the idea of having robust global governance on emerging issues such as issues of space traffic management, space debris and exploration, exploitation and utilization of outer space to guarantee secured and long-term sustainable use of outer space for the province of human mankind, for supporting global development agenda, and for our future generations. We are also be informed that shortly there will be a new draft text of the Pact of the Future. We look forward to negotiating the revised text with member states in New York. Colleagues, regarding the Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space, we support the objective of having a document to support, to facilitate the adoption of Pact of the Future. We understand that the declaration is a non-consensualized summary of the Lisbon Conference and the preparatory meetings. We are open to further discuss and develop the document in COPOS in Vienna as a proper venue to negotiate the issue of outer space. For my delegation, the Lisbon Declaration could be a supplementary work to facilitate the conclusion of the Pact of the Future in the Summit of the Future in September 2024. As an addition comment to the Lisbon Declaration, our understanding, the declaration should strengthen and develop international law, especially the law on outer space. Lastly, let me take this special occasion to express to UNOOSA and also the government of Portugal, our special friendly state in Europe. Considering our long historical background, Indonesia and Portugal, the government of Republic of Indonesia welcomes to develop any cooperation in the field of outer space through bilateral or trilateral cooperation. Again, Portugal and UNOOSA, congratulations for holding this conference. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, the respected delegate from Indonesia. It's my pleasure to give the floor to the delegate of Kenya.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I would also like to begin by joining others in congratulating the government of Portugal for hosting this important and timely conference, which speaks to the future of space governance and aligns with the Summit of the Future to be held later this year to give impetus to the existing global commitments to reinforce international cooperation for the benefit of humanity. My delegation also takes this early opportunity to thank the Portuguese Space Agency and the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs for organizing and facilitating participation to this event. As an emerging spacefaring nation, Kenya strongly believes that addressing the challenges that impact sustainability, safety, and security in outer space requires international cooperation and a robust international coordination mechanism, which are imperatives in the revitalizing multilateralism. For developing nations like ours, establishing an equilibrium between exploiting space-based opportunities and navigating space-based challenges remain elusive amidst the growing call for space traffic coordination, space debris mitigation, and space resource exploration, exploitation, and utilization. Participation of developing nations in the discourse on space governance, therefore, and the impact of proposed sustainability policies should be encouraged and supported through respective UN agencies and fora. Indeed, the SG's Policy Brief 7 notes that at present, national and regional entities coordinate space traffic with different sets of standards, best practices, definitions, languages, and modes of interpolarity. This relative lack of coordination widens the gap for countries with less space capacity, making it harder for them to operate their limited space assets in an increasingly complex environment. This assertion by the Secretary General points to the need for sustained capacity development of those countries with less space capacity to ensure that all member states actively engage in the discourse on effective outer space governance. Such efforts also will promote collaboration and consensus. That's what we believe as Kenya. Notwithstanding the benefits of Earth observation, satellite communication, satellite navigation, and science, commercial ambition has outstripped humanity's collective responsibility to effectively govern outer space for posterity. In this regard, in regard to space commerce in Global South, therefore, we believe it should also be targeted at improving the socio-economic well-being of developing countries so that a balance is maintained in the many initiatives in the space economy to promote both the interests of the developed economies and entities and the Global South. Therefore, Kenya, in this regard, recognizes the important role that international fora provided by UNOOSA through COPUS and its subcommittees play in promoting international cooperation in exploration and peaceful uses of outer space and democratizing outer space. In the same token, we wish to reiterate COPUS and its bodies as the appropriate fora to discuss current and emerging challenges to safe and sustainable use of space and to reach consensus on the effective and practical international cooperation in the peaceful exploration and of use of outer space that may lead to internationally recognized governance regimes. Furthermore, we appreciate the role of UNOOSA in promoting inclusiveness and equality in the space sector and technical professions through the Space for Women project. We commend UNOOSA for this initiative, and we believe that it will go a long way in raising awareness and building the necessary capacities on space matters among women and girls globally, especially in developing countries and particularly in Africa. And therefore, as you are all aware, Kenya will host the next edition of Space for Women expert meeting this November. This, in our view, is important for the promotion and the achievement of sustainable development goals, especially in relation to quality education and gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also important to note that expanding youth bulge, particularly in the Global South, presents both a demographic dividend and challenge depending on available opportunities. Space commerce and improved participation of youth through avenues for foreign investments leading to jobs, technology transfer, and viability of self-sustaining markets related to the provisions of space-related products and services. Youth participation in national and international space activities and in the discourse on long-term sustainability of outer space activities should therefore be promoted through forums at regional and international levels, as well as national learning institutions. In conclusion, Madam Chair, Kenya appreciates the important role of the United Nations Interagency Meeting on Outer Space Activities, UN Space, in enhancing coordination of space-related activities within the UN system. This role could be extended to address the critical issues around developing a unified regime for space sustainability, establishing an international mechanism to coordinate the implementation of the proposed regime in the documents that we have seen during the past 2 days. With these few remarks, I want to thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, to the distinguished representative of Kenya. And now, to close the member states' intervention, we'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Arti, dear Hugo, ladies and gentlemen, we thank the government of Portugal and UNOOSA for making this conference possible and for the opportunity to deepen the dialogue and strengthen partnerships in the global community. A key element of the Space 2030 agenda and its implementation plan is to ensure equitable access to space. This is paramount for harnessing the benefits of space-based solutions for all. Sustaining this access requires a framework of peace, safety, and sustainability in space. Increasing space economy and increasing activities in space also create new challenges that we have to face. These challenges include managing space debris, regulating space traffic, and responsibly exploiting space resources. We can best address these challenges at the international level, and thus intensified collaborative efforts at the international level are necessary. Austria supports a strong role for the Office for Outer Space Affairs and its Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and its subcommittees. The committees serve as the primary multilateral forum tasked with advancing international space law for peaceful purposes. Looking ahead, Austria expects the Summit for the Future to invigorate our efforts within COPUS and advance concrete measures for space sustainability, thereby safeguarding space as a global commons for future generations. This said, Austria supports the Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you all. With this, we end the session of the member states' interventions. We would like to thank all of your interventions, and we will also welcome the references to the Lisbon Declaration. We would like to mention that Portugal will submit yet another report of the conference of today. As well, we will submit the Lisbon Declaration as a CRP at COPUS next month. And we welcome those who want to join this CRP later on in COPUS. With this, I will again thank you very much for this session with the member states' interventions. I will now pass the floor to my colleague Ricardo Conte, but before that, I just want to make sure that before you leave this room, look to the satellites that are over there. Sometimes they are too dark and you don't see them, and it was a special design by someone that really likes what we are doing here today. And they are also sustainable because they are made of cardboard, so sustainable satellites. And while you're then leaving this room, there's a small gift to you when you leave this room. So thank you very much, and I'll now hand over to my colleague Ricardo Conte to close the session today. Thank you.
Well, what an intensive 2 days, and again, thank you to all the present for your efforts to achieve an important landmark in this discussion of our future, and endorsing particularly the Lisbon Declaration of Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities. It was really a long journey to arrive here today. This is our contribution to the Summit of the Future, as so many of you already said, but it's more. This is a voice rising to join so many other voices over these years, discussing the sustainability in its several dimensions, particularly in outer space. As we stated in our discussions in these 2 days, we must be responsible for leaving a sustainable legacy for the next generations. Also, as presented by our keynote speakers, we need to be aware about the limits of growth, and particularly in the resources, the usage of energy, the territory, and of course, outer space as part of the territory also. We should not make the same mistakes in the outer space like we did in our oceans. Look, for example, for the microplastics in the oceans, and look for the small piece of space debris in outer space. At the end, they represent our behavior, the way we have this relation with the nature. And we are treating our oceans and outer space like if they are infinite. And we are treating like they are our trash bin. We need to have a new conscience in so many dimensions, and at the end to assure, and this is the point, our own existence in our planets. These planets, this pale blue dot suspended in a sunbeam lost in the cosmos. I will invoke the amazing science communicator Carl Sagan just to say that nobody will come to save from ourselves. This is really true nowadays. It is in our hands, the future, as we are discussing, and we want to the young generations, because the future is that place that we will live tomorrow. We need to take care about our future. My last remarks. First, a big thank you to you all for your commitment on the Lisbon Declaration. As said before, it's a landmark and a contribution for the legacy that we want to leave for the future, for the young generations. Second, also a big thank you to COPUS and UNOOSA as a central organization to debate these collectively, concerns consistently, and let me say with a great resilience during all these years, touching in the same matters, in the same points. Thank you, Artie. Thank you very much. And at the national level, the support of our government, and a word to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and our representatives in Vienna, and also New York. Thank you very much. And a final word to my colleagues from the Portuguese Space Agency for their participation in all the committees, program boards, advisors groups in so many organizations like COPUS, the European Space Agency, the European Union, the community of countries speaking Portuguese, always raising the same message for the importance of a more balanced world in so many dimensions, like space. Again, this is exactly why we are using the motto, a sustainable space for a sustainable Earth. And because there are always faces behind the scenes, and they have done an incredible work during not these 2 days, but in this journey. And as a responsible for the National Space Agency, and I'm so proud of them, let me tell you, I will call of them to the stage, one by one, to come to the stage to deserve, of course, your applause. And this is the faces behind the scene, but that represents all the message that we are participating in all the international organizations to rise and continue to rise the alerts. And please come to the stage, my colleagues from the Portuguese Space Agency. Costa, thank you very much. Carolina, please, where you are. Inês, Inês Dávila, Marta, Filipa Abreu, Pedro Coimbra, Hermínia Saraiva, Nuno Gomes, Diogo Pereira, Mónica Reis, Gorete Lopes, Ricardo Gaspar, and also please come to the stage our former colleague Cláudio Melo and also our colleague Paulo Quental. Thank you very much to you all. Thank you for your presence in Lisbon. And thank you for your commitment to the summit of the future. And I'm quite sure that this conference represents a legacy. The Lisbon Declaration is a legacy not only to this summit of the future, but also to what we are aiming to the space exploration, to use outer space as a common good. Thank you very much, and have a nice trip back. But you came here, please. I'm jumping and skip some points. Archie, please. I will stay here. Yeah, you come here. I join you on the stage to give you some. Please.
Next to every great man, there is a woman. So I wanted also to thank everybody for taking their time, for giving their time to come here. I have seen that it is not obvious outside the formal COPUOS procedure to make that happen, but it takes the leadership of different member states, and this time it's been Portugal, who have invested their time, their energy, their resources over the last 2 years to bring us together. And I think we can say without a shadow of doubt that they have succeeded. So I thank you, I thank Portugal. Portugal, you have, Ricardo, you have really put life into the Secretary General's message and call for a space dialogue. And we have seen that the exchanges were insightful. It was also valued that we had a multi-stakeholder dialogue throughout the process, the online events, now the physical event. I think that has been very appreciated. But the big message for me is that the member states really seem to value the informal exchanges that do happen outside the formal process. Not just that they value them, but that we need them. We need these kind of exchanges and platforms in order to advance on the critical topics. We cannot just do it sitting behind our flags and raising the voice once or twice in a formal meeting. We need to debate these complex issues in order to advance. So we saw that Luxembourg did this around space resources earlier this year. That was also a resounding success. Here we are in Lisbon. I'm sure that we will see more such initiatives now that Portugal has set the stage and set the bar high. And I hope that other member states will also lead from this example, take inspiration from this example, and pick their issues and drive and foster a good discussion and debate around them. Certainly from UNOOSA's side, we will leverage the USB, the United Nations Space Bridge, to convene experts around critical questions, also in an informal setting. But I invite you all, step up, be the leader among leaders, just as Portugal has been. Thank you so much. Thank you again to you, Ricardo.
Thank you, Archie. Thank you very much. So, should I be honest or not? We need to keep you a little bit more in the room, because although the organization, I believe it has been good, and first I would like also to thank to all the technicians that we have here in the room, back there, the ones that you see behind that podium. Also behind this stage, there's a big team working over there that you don't see, that makes everything possible for those who are online, for those who are here. So thank you very much to all of them. Thank you, of course, for those who did these amazing cardboard satellites and antennas out there. And as we were going through the event, we had a small idea to give you a souvenir to take home, and that souvenir to take home should be arriving in 6 minutes. So everything is trying to be as smooth as possible, but sometimes we need to, to readapt to where we are to have all of this. But these 2 days and these past months have been an incredible journey for us. We have learned a lot, myself and Carolina and all the team. We have learned a lot working with UNOOSA, working with the member states. Of course, with Marcus, we have learned also a lot to work with you, and so a special thanks to Marcus. He's from UNOOSA. I'm sure that you know him, but he has been very, very supportive in all of this process, and without him, and of course UNOOSA, this would not be possible. So thank you very much, Marcus, and we'll have a beer afterwards. And yeah, so thank you very much for coming from your capitals, from Vienna, from the embassies in Vienna. So thank you very much for taking your time to joining us, to leave your families to join this conference. It's really special for us that you made that effort. And again, thank you. We will be seeing each other, I'm sure, at Copus and probably at the Summit of the Future. Once again, thank you. Have a very good, safe trip back home. And you know that in 4 minutes now should be arriving this gift. And you just need to wait for 4 minutes and it will be here. So once again, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.